I know many of you got a chance to watch it. I didn't, unfortunately. So, I mean, I've managed to kind of catch up by looking at the reaction to different things and seeing what people were saying about different things. So I certainly feel like I can have some conversations about it, but actually sitting down and watching all 3 hours of it, I didn't get a chance to do. But it seems like those of you that did had a good time with it. And it seems like it was very well received. Certainly from a ratings point of view and numbers point of view, it seems to have done very, very well. And of course, they've already announced what the next AAA show is going to be. That's a crossover show with Worlds Collide. So we know we've got another one coming up relatively soon. And as we were saying on Unseen, looks like that's going to be on a Friday. Looks like that's going to be after SmackDown. So it looks like we're going to do SmackDown, I think, on the 12th. And then the week, or just straight after, we're going to do Worlds Collide. So, yeah, a bit strange that they're not doing it like the week before or on the Saturday or like instead they're doing it on a Friday. I'm not sure as to the reason why. I've not seen anyone saying why it's being done on a Friday, but yeah, a little bit weird, but should be fun. We'll be watching that, of course. There's no reason to not watch that. It is going to delay the review and all of that stuff that day, but yeah, it looks like it's going to be going on straight after SmackDown from what I've seen. So, yeah, that was this weekend. I hope people enjoyed it for those that saw it. Tonight, for me, is just about one thing. Tonight, our attention obviously turns to Raw, and for me, it's all about Naomi. So Naomi is going to address the WWE Universe, and it's going to be all eyes on that. That's the segment, that's the section, that's what everyone's waiting for. We're going to hear from the Vision, but, you know, we hear from them most weeks. Becky Lynch is taking on Natalya. I'm not expecting Natty. It would be great if we did get Natty, but I'm not expecting Natty. Natalya has said if she's going to bring that character, that sort of dark, moody version of herself to WWE, then she wants to know that that character is going to be looked after. She wants to know that that character is going to be protected. And I can totally understand that, to be honest. I mean, why would you want to go to the trouble of reinventing yourself, certainly at this stage in her career, just to have this new character kind of thrown away? So I do understand that. So I actually agree. If they don't have any plans for Natty, there's nothing there for them to kind of see, like, vision-wise. If there's no future for that Natty character, then don't throw it away. Because even if you just use it on the indie scene and you just, you know, you might be able to build it up and you might start getting the fans demanding it and you might be able to create some sort of movement. Because, I mean, I'd already love to see that character come to WWE, but I don't think we see it tonight. But, well, that'll be interesting. Obviously, we'll be waiting to find out if we do. Then we've got Naomi. We know about that. Main event, Jey Uso is going to go against Bron Breakker. Good singles match. Down for that. Jey Uso, Bron Breakker. The only thing I'll say is probably outside interference. You know, probably outside interference. Then we've got Penta taking on Xavier Woods. Not down on it, but not massively excited by it either. But, well, I don't know. It could be okay. As I said, not down on it. Then we've got Io looking to redeem herself against Raquel Rodriguez. So, pretty stacked, honestly. Pretty stacked. And I think, was Roman kind of rumoured for this card as well? I think there's a chance that we might have Roman on this card. So, but he's not advertised here. But, yeah, quite a bit going on. But for me, doesn't matter about any of this. It's all about that right there, Naomi. Obviously, the rumours are that she may be pregnant. That has not been confirmed. That's just a rumour. But the stuff that we're hearing is so weird. It's like, if what I'm hearing is true, she's going to be out for quite a long time. That, I believe, was Brian Alvarez, I think, that said that. And so, you know, there's all these rumours circulating. But equally, she's not in hospital. You know, she was backstage last week. I mean, she was backstage at Raw last week on a show she was meant to wrestle on. She wasn't taken to hospital or anything like this. So you can understand the pregnancy rumours. I mean, to the point where I will be shocked if she actually says anything other than that. If she comes out and says, like, I just felt off last week, but I'm back now, I mean, that would be amazing, but I wouldn't understand kind of where all the pregnancy rumours, I suppose I would. I mean, I suppose I would understand where they came from, but to be honest, it would be a surprise. It's all I've heard for the past week, these pregnancy rumours, so I'm going to have to wait and see. Obviously, we're hoping it's good news and not bad news, but her dad seemed to be quite excited as well. Her dad seemed to be very positive. We looked at that in Unseen, so I'm thinking it's pregnancy, honestly. I'm thinking it's pregnancy. That's what the streets are saying, but we're going to find out tonight. That's obviously going to be a hell of a segment. And I don't know if we're going to open with that. I mean, that's the kind of thing I would expect us to open with. We'll probably open with the Vision, though, and they might make us wait for Naomi a little bit. But, I mean, if Naomi has got to forfeit the championship, opening with that is not a bad move. Because then, of course, the question becomes, well, what do we do with the belt? I mean, I'm guessing it's just that we put the belt on the line at Clash in Paris. But it would be exciting if there was a tournament or a battle royal or something like that, you know, rather than just, oh, this match is going to be for the belt now. But, you know, equally, Stephanie has earned the opportunity to compete for that championship. So it's a bit messy, isn't it? So, I don't know. We'll see. We'll find out. I'm looking forward to finding out what gets said. Right, Mr. Dow Jr. said, I'm glad you did UFC after 4 months. You reached 325. It shows that people missed watching UFC, said Mr. Dow Jr. Yeah, big thank you to everyone that's joined us on Saturday. The wrestling community made a massive difference with that. The fact that we had like a bit of a core community that did come and join us for that, I think made a whole world of difference. The way that like the algorithm works and everything, like if you can get a bit of momentum going early, then it tends to work quite well, like as you go deeper into the stream. So a massive shout out to you lot, honestly. If you joined us or even if you just popped in, it's so appreciated. So yeah, I hope people had fun, whether you was joining us or not joining us for UFC or watching Triple Mania. I hope you had a good time this weekend. Holly said, I suppose she's going to have to make an announcement before the European tour, as she'll be missing that, says Holly. Well, yeah, I believe so. Again, it really depends, doesn't it, as to what is going on in regards to what she's going through. I just hope, but I trust that it's nothing bad. I mean, there certainly doesn't seem to be any concern or, you know, alarm bells. I think her dad's comments are obviously really interesting, and I don't know, we'll find out. As I said, I'll be more shocked if it is not, I'll be more shocked if it's not the pregnancy thing. Richard, shout out to you, said, what do we think of Otis' return last weekend? I don't know how long he was away for, honestly. I mean, I know that we have been seeing Maxine with Natalya, and we've had Tozawa kind of hanging out with them, but we just haven't had anything for Alpha Academy. Maxine has been doing more stuff with Natalya, so I don't know, to be honest with you, I haven't massively missed Otis. I mean, it just hasn't featured in any sort of stories. I'm guessing he's had like a bit of an injury that he's had to kind of overcome. So for me, he is someone that, well, I don't know, his role is there to just kind of low-level feuds, isn't it, really? Like a little bit of comedy stuff. I mean, I like Otis. I ain't got nothing against him. But I think because he's so far down the pecking order, when he's not around, I don't massively miss him either. I think that Otis is someone that definitely provides some humour to the show. He's a good person to have around. I think you can always pull a trigger with Otis and make him credible because of his background and his size. I think he is versatile in that regard. I mean, when we were doing a little kind of Otis Chads type feuds, you know, it kind of felt believable and like people were really getting behind Otis. And I'd say that's probably the most interesting thing we've done with him in years. I mean, really, before that, might have to go all the way back to him and Mandy. So I sort of feel like creative don't massively have loads for him. So good to see him coming back at Triple Mania. Gives them another option, but I don't know. Are we just going to have months of Alpha Academy just being used on main event now, and being used on the odd low-level feud now? I don't think I've got much confidence that creative are going to really do much with him. So maybe his future could be in AAA for a little bit. I think what's kind of interesting is that WWE now has grown, right? It's definitely grown in the past 12 months. WWE now have got Evolve. They have got AAA. They've got a relationship with TNA. And so all of a sudden, you can start to actually move some wrestlers around. So, for example, if we wanted to have Otis go to TNA for a few months to just kind of work a program there with one of their talents, they can do that. They can have Otis go there. TNA, I'm sure, would welcome it because Otis is a decent name. He's been on the main roster for a long time, and he could go over there and work with some of their talents. And actually, we're seeing now that Omos looks like he is a AAA. I keep wanting to say AEW, a AAA superstar. It looks like he is going to stay there for a little bit. Some people online asking, can we please do Omos and Microman as a tag team? But I think they've got these options now where if you are just not being used on the main roster, you don't have to just sit there so much. I mean, for example, we've just seen Nia kind of pop down to NXT. And we've seen that happen quite a few times where if they don't creatively have anything for you, you can go to NXT. But we just saw Natalya go to Evolve. I mean, she went that next level down, and she went to Evolve to work a little program with Callie Armstrong. And, we could easily have some people from the main roster go work TNA. We've got people going over to AAA. So plenty of options. There's really no excuse now to just have people sitting around in catering. So we'll have to see what they can find for him. But yeah, good to have him back rather than sitting on the sidelines. Netforce said, I know that Brock's a part-timer, but do you think we're going to have to wait a few more weeks or a month to see him again? Yes. Well, word on the street is like the 12th, isn't it? I think he's being advertised for like the 12th and the 19th of September, something like that. The graphics have actually got his image on for those shows. So next time I'm expecting to see him is like the middle of September. I think the focus, this is our last show, I think, in America before they are on that kind of European tour. The next couple of weeks of Raws and SmackDowns are going to be a bit weird. So they're going to start at different times. SmackDown, we're probably going to have to do our usual 2-stream trick, which I don't mind doing, honestly. I don't mind watching SmackDown with the kind of live crowds that are off that day, the European fans. SmackDown will air live on Netflix like 2 p.m. Eastern time or 3 p.m. Eastern time. It'll be live. And then, of course, because SmackDown's on USA Network, they will then show it in America a few hours later at its normal time. So what we tend to do is we tend to do 2 streams in those occasions. We'll go do a stream for live, and then we'll do a stream for the USA Network broadcast. The only problem is it is a nightmare to get them to sort of sync up. It's a nightmare to get because I have to watch it on Netflix. I'm not watching it on USA Network. I don't have USA Network. It's not a channel we have. So I have to watch it on Netflix. So it just sort of can move out of sync, and it's a bit of a nightmare. Thankfully, it's only a couple of weeks that we have to kind of mess around with that. So SmackDowns are not going to be fun. But when it comes to Raw, you just watch it live, and then it just sits on Netflix. So there is no later stream. Everyone just watches it when they get home on demand. So we do 1 stream for Raw because there is no later showing on USA Network, and then we do 2 streams for SmackDown. But yeah, it's a bit messy. I'm not a fan. I don't mind doing 2 streams. I just wish that second stream was just in sync and it all was, perfect like normal. So it's going to be a bit messy for a few weeks. They definitely want to get that out of the way. and then do Brock kind of after. There's a chance maybe Brock gets involved in Paris. There's a chance maybe that he interrupts the match with Logan Paul and attacks John Cena. There's a chance. I'm not saying it's impossible. I don't think Brock would fly over to France for that, though. I think they're probably just going to get the Paris and show out the way and the tour out the way, and then they'll have Brock come back after that. Jess Studio. Oof, that's hard to read all that. J Studio NC with Jacob Elliott. There we go. The Orlando house is going to feature the Wyatt's debut in the backstage area. There will be unique videos from Howdy playing in the queue in Hollywood. The lantern will feature in the house, says J Studio. J Studio, thank you. Alex said, I'll be getting the Tribal Chief tonight. Oh, I'm sure there was adverts for him, yes. I'm sure there was adverts for him. Nothing announced here. It might be one of those where he comes down and makes the save at the end of the show kind of a deal. Imagine Naomi coming out and announcing she's pregnant, and then Dominic coming out saying that he's the father, said user. Then we have Liv Morgan show up, and Liv Morgan beats the beep out of Dominic. Let's go. Let's turn it into a storyline. That could be fun, actually. Who's the father? That could be pretty fun. Would it be offensive as well? Maybe. Don't know. I think you definitely need Naomi to sign off on it, but I'd be okay with a who's the father type story. Matteo said, Daze, good card tonight. I'm looking forward to what Naomi is going to talk about. Roman return and some good-looking matches. Thoughts? Yeah, I agree. I think it looks pretty good. The Naomi segment is the one, isn't it? Honestly, I don't care about anything else. I feel like Naomi, if I just find out one thing tonight, it's what's going on with Naomi. That is it. That is the talking point. But I think what's exciting about this show is that we are going to get a talking point. We are going to find out some news. I mean, even if it just turns out that she wasn't feeling very well last week and she's fine now. I mean, the rumors have said opposite to that. The rumors have said that she's out for a long time. So even that would be, that would be best case scenario. She's doing some of the best work she's ever done right now with her character work and the whole proceed with caution presentation. Like, there's some really good stuff that's going on at the moment. So I think, I can't wait to find out. And I just hope it's positive, and I hope she's happy. And if it is a pregnancy, I know there'll be a lot of people that will say, oh, God, this is terrible timing and all of that. But, I mean, first of all, if she is trying or has been trying, then it's not terrible timing because this is a decision that she will have made. And if she hasn't been trying, well, I've heard her already actually talking about family in a recent Stephanie interview. Stephanie McMahon's podcast. So I think having a family is something that she really wants. And she said that she was inspired by Becky about the fact that you can have a family and also return to wrestling. And I kind of get the feeling that was her sort of telling us that they might have been trying. So it's her life at the end of the day. She, I'm sure, would have wished that this character had arrived a few years ago and she could have had a couple of years of this character and then been pregnant. But, obviously when you're a woman and you're starting to reach a certain age, you do have to kind of take that into consideration. I think I heard and read somewhere, and I don't know how true this is, but I heard that in your 20s and 30s, like, obviously pregnancy still carries risk, but those risks do increase when you start going into your 40s. So when you start going into your 40s, like, the risks of pregnancy and, being a mother, like, increase. I'm not saying they just overnight increase. It's just obviously as you get older and older, the risks do increase. So, she has to take that into consideration as well. So certainly, if she announces she's pregnant, I will be really pleased for her. I've got to imagine this is something that she will have wanted. And, in this day and age, you can always bring this character back. I also, in a roundabout way, think that we know what it's like when you become champion. Like, think about Daniel Bryan, think about Cody Rhodes, think about Jey Uso. You know, think about these people that you were so desperate to see become a champion. So hard when you actually become champion to kind of keep that support going. In many ways, it really feels like the work begins when you become champion. Like, Cody has spent his whole life trying to finish his story, trying to win a world title. And honestly, it feels like as soon as you win the belt, the real work begins then. Because all of a sudden, you need to be doing really creative stuff. You need to be doing stuff that really grabs attention, because I think there is this wave, this momentum of people wanting you to win a title, right? And I think that wave and that momentum is quite easy to ride, honestly. I think when it comes to Cody finishing his story, I think it's been quite easy for him, like story-wise, since he returned. And when he came back at WrestleMania 38, the next night on Raw, he showed us like this video of Dusty holding up the belt, but Dusty hadn't won the belt. And he told us the story about how no one in his family had been world champion in WWE, and how he wants to do that. And he wants to be like, you know, he wants to kind of finish the story, if you will. And so we heard all about it. And so for 2 years, he was able to ride that wave. I think the harder point is when you actually get the belt, then moving forwards and kind of keeping that fan interest, because it's kind of like everyone applauds and goes, brilliant, you've done it. And then everyone looks to see, right, who needs our support now, you know? The guy that's just achieved his dream might not need your support anymore going forwards. So this is where creative have to really step up. This is where Cody has to really step up. This is where everyone has to step up to make that story more engaging, and has to, you know, make that story even more captivating. And sadly, they did not, right? And I think the same is true to an extent for Naomi. Now, they didn't make as big a deal out of her winning the title. You know, she wasn't on this big, gotta finish my story type run. But she got the belts, and now she was champion. And I thought what was really clever with Naomi was that she introduced that little bike thing, that little suitcase thing, and she got some mileage out of that in every sense of the words. So, you know, there was like social media clips of her riding around backstage. There was a clip I saw yesterday where someone was interviewing CM Punk, and they said to CM Punk, do you think you're... I don't know what it was, like diva girl coded or something, right? And he's like, sure, yeah. And Naomi was driving past on her suitcase, and Punk was like, Naomi, come here. And so she knocked it in reverse, and she came back, and he was like, I've just been asked if I'm diva girl coded. Is that a good or a bad thing? And she's like, oh, no, that's good. That's really good. And he's like, okay, thank you. And she was like, no worries. And then drove off again. And it's just little things like that you go, oh, mate, that's so fun. That is so fun. The idea that she's just riding around backstage, and she's like knocking it in reverse and coming back and everything. And then, of course, my favourite one was at the kickoff show for, I think, was it SummerSlam? And she was on the stage, and she drove on the stage, knocked it in reverse, and then slowly reversed backwards. And like everyone's waiting for her to get back in line with the other wrestlers. And she's just slowly, because the carpet was causing problems. So she was like reversing really slowly. You know, it's little things like that just keep you engaged with someone. But the problem that she would have is that, you know, what would she do after that? You know, fast forward a few weeks, a month, people are probably going to be like, yeah, okay, the suitcase thing was fun, but I'm over that now. What else have you got for me? What next? And it's always, you know, what else? What next? And I think that here, she's kind of, if she's about to announce her pregnancy, she's going out on top. Like, people are not bored of Naomi right now. I've not heard people going, oh, God, I can't stand this character anymore. It used to be good, but it's not funny anymore. I haven't heard anyone saying that. So if she is about to walk away, in my mind, she's going out on top, and she's going out as champion. That means that when she returns, she's going to be returning at quite a high level. People are going to remember that, oh my God, she was so funny when she was doing all that proceed with caution stuff. and the suitcase, riding around on the suitcase. And she was champ. I mean, she had to forfeit the championship. So you could make an argument that her going at this point right now, you could make the argument it's the best time for her to be going. Because she can go away and come back, and hopefully, as long as they can, work her back into the creative, hopefully she can return with, good amount of momentum. It's not that she's going to have to completely start again. This character is over. People are enjoying it. That goodwill is still going to be there when she returns. And actually, absence makes the heart grow fonder. When she returns, I think that she's going to just pick up exactly where she left off. And the other thing as well is it gives her a bit of a break while she's out to just think about, right, how do I want to evolve this character? What else can I do with this character? I think that she was doing lots. I mean, do you remember she was putting razor blades in cakes as she was in that feud with Jade? And obviously we had the little suitcase thing. We had all the hazard tape. And she was doing promos like in some sort of backstage cage area. And she was like laughing her head off. And she's like, leaning into a bit of kind of Joker vibes in certain places. I think she can go away and just think more about this character and flesh it out and, allow the fans to miss it. So I think you're going to see a lot of comments of people, if she is pregnant, a lot of people saying, my God, what a stupid move. Why would you go now? I actually think that you could make an argument. I'm not saying that it's right, but I'm just saying that I think you could make an argument that now is the perfect time for her to step away because people have not got bored of the character. And so she can then return after absence, which makes the heart grow fonder, and pick up where she left off, and try and go after that title again, and actually have her as someone that's chasing after whoever the champ is at that time. So, yeah, lots to break apart. Obviously, we still need to find out if she is pregnant or not, but lots to get our teeth into. David said there are multiple reports that the September 20th PLE with the possible Cena Lesnar main event could air on ESPN starting the deal early. There is. I think in regards to that, it's obviously going to be really interesting if that show has got Brock and Cena on it, because that's going to be huge for that match to be just on ESPN. I mean, my understanding is you still have to pay like a subscription for ESPN, but we looked the other day and we saw that it was in 110 million homes. So I think that hang on, was that ESPN or was that NBC? I might be getting confused, but it's going to have great reach, let's put it that way, right? So it's going to have great reach. So I think that is going to be really interesting, that they are potentially looking at kind of giving a taster to ESPN viewers. And I think that match in particular with two massive names and Brock Lesnar as well kind of works really well for that ESPN audience. I wonder if we are really finding out the reason now as to why they've brought Brock back. I wonder if this is the reason. I wonder if they've weighed up the pros and the cons and they've decided that this is the time to bring him back. It's been a little bit of time since the allegation stuff, which all came out early 2024, I believe. So it's been a little bit of time since then. So they're hoping that people will have forgotten. Obviously IWC won't have forgotten, but we know the IWC only makes up a small percentage, right? I mean, if you was to ask the average wrestling fan that just watches wrestling, maybe, it's one of their interests amongst other interests. They're not active online, like, engaging with conversation about it. I mean, it's so easy to think that everyone does that, but they don't. A lot of people watch wrestling alongside their other favorite shows. I watch loads of shows and I don't go online and talk about them, For example, like Walking Dead, when I was watching that, I never used to go online and, go into group chats or anything like that about Walking Dead. They exist. I know I could have done that, but I was never doing it. And I'm sure the same for many of you with something like Game of Thrones and the Marvel movies and things like that. You would watch them, might read a review of the latest Marvel movie from IMDb or something, but I don't know, are you jumping into group chats and talking about them? So in regards to wrestling, I think there is a sizable amount of people that do like to go online and have their conversations about it and share their opinions, but there's more people that don't. And so I think the strategy or the thought might be that a lot of people now, the conversation has sort of moved on. It's been a long time since the allegations and all the noise. And I wonder if we are just seeing why now, because obviously John's calling it quits soon. So if we want to do Brock John one more time, it's got to be this year. And then if we've got this new deal with ESPN, which is an important deal, obviously, we're moving all the PLEs to ESPN, right? ESPN, this new service, this new app, but basically ESPN. My understanding is you can get this app if you're, signed up with ESPN. So I wonder if they're looking at that and they're looking at this show, this taster show. And this is why they've brought Brock back. Because they want to make the biggest noise possible. They want to put on a show on ESPN that is going to get as many non-wrestling viewers as possible. Because really, what you want to do when you're moving to a new platform like this is you obviously want all your fans to follow, which I think they're quite confident they will. But equally, you want to reach as many new people as possible. So how you reach new people is by obviously having massive names. John Cena is a massive name. But, John Cena against, I don't know, Gunther. I don't know that that's going to bring in loads of viewers because there's plenty of people out there that haven't got a flipping clue who Gunther is. But John Cena versus Brock Lesnar. I mean, you've got to think that that's one of the biggest matches they could do to grab casual fan attention. Now, if someone had said that to me a little while ago, said, look, WWE, I mean, imagine this. Imagine before SummerSlam, someone said, right, I've got some information for you. No one knows it yet. But after SummerSlam, they're going to announce that they're going to move all the PLEs to ESPN. And they're going to do a show this September on ESPN, and they're going to look for a massive main event. Do you think they could bring Brock back? If someone had said that to me, I still would have said no. I still honestly would have said no. I don't think they bring Brock back. But if they are going to do that, I can understand it. They need a big main event. If The Rock is available, then maybe they could get The Rock for that show. Maybe we do John Cena versus The Rock. Because I can totally understand the need for a match of that magnitude for that show. I can totally understand why you would want to put a massive main event on that show. Here's a little teaser. Here's a little taster of what's coming to ESPN next year. And so I can totally understand as to why you'd want to go big. Get it. I wouldn't even be shocked if they did like Cena, Cody kind of rematch. But again, is Cody a big enough name? It's weird saying that, but we're talking about casual fans. We're talking about people that just don't really watch wrestling. So, has Cody become a big name outside of wrestling? I don't know. I think that's debatable. I mean, what projects has he done outside of wrestling that could really make his name and have him connect with casual fans? I don't think he's done much. I know he was on that big quiz or whatever. But I don't think he's done much in the way of like film work. He's doing Street Fighter now, but obviously no one's seen that yet. So this is why I think Cena Brock makes a bit more sense. And it does get me wondering if that's why they brought him back. So yeah, it's an interesting one. I don't know that is connected, but it's certainly something to think about, isn't it? I can totally understand why they've gone big for it. So, but the whole WrestlePalooza thing's a bit strange. But it does make a bit more sense when you think WrestlePalooza is an ECW show. And then rumors are that Cena and Brock is going to be like a last man standing type match. That says to me that that's going to be like a street fight with weapons. And it's going to have like an extreme sort of vibe to it. All of a sudden, it starts fitting together, doesn't it, as to why they're doing what they're doing. So, yeah, interesting. I got a question about the ESPN show. Do you have to pay for those? Said Kyle G. I never know with these new ones where the words finish when it's just a string of letters. But Kyle, shout out to you. But my understanding is that if you have ESPN, then you should get this new app. Now, I think it depends on your service provider, because I've also heard that there are certain service providers where you won't get this app. Apparently, this app is called ESPN D&C or DTC, something like this. It's like direct to consumer. So I don't know if that's the name they're going to settle on, but it's a new app. It's a new platform. It's a new ESPN service. And my understanding is if you've already got ESPN, then you should have access to this app. But I read something the other day that said not all service providers are going to provide this app, but they are hoping to have them all on board by the end of the year. So what that means for the September show, I think it might come down to your service provider. So honestly, it's messy. The communication has not been very good on this at all. When they launched the whole ESPN thing, they seemed to be talking more about what it meant for them and how excited they were to be partnering with ESPN and what an opportunity this was. That was the narrative. They were talking about that more than they were about, what this means for you and what you're going to have to pay. That information has been very poor, very, very poor. But I think the reason it's been poor is because my understanding is it's not a clean message. I don't think it's as simple as, right, yeah, this is the deal. Everyone pays $29, blah, 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 right? I think from what I'm seeing, it seems to be that it depends on your service provider. And it seems to be that certain service providers are going to come on board by the end of the year. They're hoping to have everything and everyone on board by the time this thing starts in April next year. So that's my understanding at the moment. That's what I've read. That's what I've seen. So it's messy. But by the time we get to April next year, the understanding I have is that if you've got ESPN, then you should have access to this new platform, which I believe is some sort of app, which then that's where all the WWE shows are going to be. So it's good and bad. If you already have ESPN, you're already paying for it, then it's good for you because you should be getting this stuff at no extra cost. If you don't have ESPN, then it's bad for you because I believe this is like $30 a month, something along those lines. Whereas at the moment, Peacock, I believe, is like $9.99 or $12.99. ESPN's like $29.99. And we did a quick poll, which obviously, can't really read too much into it. But we did a quick poll when this news was announced, and it seems like it's 50-50. 50% of you have got ESPN and 50% of you don't. So it's going to be messy. The communication has been poor. It's going to not be really any extra cost to many of you, but it's going to be like an extra $30 to some of you. The only thing I would say is that you can, of course, cancel your Peacock subscription. So you could cancel that. That will save you $9.99 or $12.99. And then obviously that means that you're not having to spend $29.99. You're spending an extra $20 odd. But even $20 odd is still going to be, $240 a year. Do you know what I mean? It's still sizable. Even when you take the Peacock amount off, it's still a good chunk of money. So, yeah, I understand why there's people out there that are frustrated and angry and not happy about it. And then equally, you've got people going, it doesn't really affect me. I've already got ESPN. For us here in the UK, we're unaffected. For many, I think it's only US that's affected. But of course, that is WWE's biggest market. And this is a massive deal. I mean, they've spent, wasn't it like 1.6 billion or something on this, 1.3, 1.6, some sort of crazy number that ESPN have spent on this thing. So, yeah. So hopefully that's helped. James said, Days, I tweeted something. Raw could be moving to an earlier time from next month. Oh, yeah, it is. Well, I mean, I don't know if that's connected to the tour, but because we're in Europe, it will be. We've got a couple of early dates coming up in the next few weeks. If this is what we're talking about, let me have a read. WWE has changed the advertised start times for some Raws in September, moving them in what appears to be an hour earlier with no official reason. It could be to avoid Monday Night Football. Oh, right. Okay, so these ones are actually in America. So these are not the European ones. WWE website has updated the start time for the September 15th in Springfield, September 22nd in Evansville, and September 29th in Raleigh, North Carolina. So it says typically doors open 30 minutes to 60 minutes. So these start times are now listed for 6:30 rather than 7:30. That is an hour earlier. Well, we'll have to see. So it looks like that the open times have been changed. So we'll have to see if that affects the TV times. I mean, I suppose when it comes to Raw, they can go live whenever they want. They can go live whenever, can't they? I mean, it doesn't really matter to Netflix when they go live. As long as they provide a show each Monday, then, you know, they can go live. So, yeah, maybe they are going to start earlier on those dates. That is interesting. I presumed when you said about that, about the fact that it was to do with the European tour, which we know there's going to be earlier start times with that. I'll put that in unseen. Thank you, James. Interesting. Right. Real. Let's go to channel. What's this? Real. Oh, Wrestling Russ. Wrestling Russ, shout out to you. It is a nightmare, isn't it, with these blooming... They've done it to avoid people copying and fake profiles. It's good in that regard, isn't it? Right, Wrestling Russ said, Days, I won $50 on a scratch-off lottery ticket. Dude, congrats. I hardly ever buy them. I thought I would get you a coffee or a beer or a Red Bull or whatever. No shout out needed. Well, Wrestling Russ, shout out to you, my friends. I really appreciate the support. And yeah, congrats. Congrats, buds. That's great that you hardly ever get them. You bought one and boom, you've won. Like, that's little wins in life. They're so good, aren't they? Those little wins. I mean, it's not life-changing, obviously, but it's just, do you know what I mean? It just puts a smile on your face for the day. Great. Brilliant. So, Wrestling Russ, thank you, my friend. I really appreciate that. And many, many congratulations. Many congrats. Right, we've got another super chat. Let's have a look. This one is The Jitters. Oh, I like your channel. I'm subscribed, The Jitters. Okay, what story intrigues you the most? For me, I really like the Io Asuka stuff. I think it could be a great feud with Kairi being in the middle. Oh, yeah. That's a good shout, that is. It's a good shout because that story is just bubbling, isn't it? I mean, it's not, we haven't really done a great deal with it yet. So I completely understand where you're coming from in regards to, you know, where is that leading? I agree. I think that is one of the most interesting ones because where it can lead is right up my street, which would be an Asuka-Io match. So Asuka against Io with, as you said, Kairi being caught in the middle. I agree. I think that could be really, really interesting. I think, you know, without sounding boring, I think the story that probably interests me at the moment is the Wyatt Six after what we saw on Friday. The reason why I say that is we actually, because of UFC, haven't really had a chance to dig into what we saw on Friday. But what we saw on Friday was we saw the Wyatt Six kind of stalking different people. Like we had, at this point, I don't know if it's just them being spooky and just being in the background, and the people they were stalking were not maybe targets, right? It could just be that they just wanted to put them in the background of like any background segment they had. It could just be nothing more than that. It could just be that let's do a backstage segment, a segment from, in the corridors, in the arena, the backstage areas, and we'll just dot the Wyatt 6 members in the background of those. It could be nothing more than that. Or I have seen people getting in touch going, do you think this means that Rowan is specifically going after Talatonga? And so could it be that we end up with like a Rowan Talatonga type situation? Could it be that Howdy has once again set his sights on The Miz, and that he could be going after The Miz just to kind of finish that story off? Because I believe Howdy was in the background of Motor City, Miz, and Carmelo. I believe Rowan was in the background of the Bloodline or the MFTs, and it was Talatonga that was the one that sensed he was being watched, and so he turned around. There was no one there, but then of course Rowan steps out, and then you had Nikki Cross. She seemed to be watching Tiffany and the championship, and not only that, she seemed to be around when Kiana was around. So I don't know, that could be a link to the mid-card belt as well. So it could be that she sets her sights on Tiffany, but equally it could be she sets her sights on Kiana and Julia. And so I've seen a few people wondering if there was like a connection there. And obviously we know that the tag guys were watching the match. The tag champs were watching the tag teams, which makes sense. They were actually in the arena, Gacy and Loomis. They were in the arena watching Miz. So they were watching the tag teams. I don't know that they were specifically watching like Miz, but they were watching the match. Miz, Carmelo, Street Profits. They were watching those guys. So I don't know. I think for me, I'm really intrigued on Friday to see where that's going to develop to. Was that just random, and it absolutely could have been? Or are we actually going to see the Wyatt 6 stalking after the same people again? And I have just heard or been sent a little clip of Uncle Howdy. And this was seemingly, I don't think new. I think it was from a little while ago. But he was talking about how he's excited for where the Wyatt 6 are heading and the plans that they've got in place. So it doesn't really matter at what point that was, right? I mean, he'd spoken already a bit about what they had done already. So I know it wasn't before the massacre. I know it wasn't like during Nightbirds. I mean, he wasn't doing interviews at that time. So I don't know if this was from the end of last year or early this year or from like a week ago or when this interview was. But he was just talking about how excited he is because of the plans they've got. So I really feel like what we've done is we've brought the Wyatt 6 back. We've put them in the tag division. We haven't done much with them apart from just treat them like a normal tag team. Then last week or 2 weeks ago, they said we're only just beginning. And then, of course, on Friday, we start to see them kind of stalking people again. And all of a sudden you go, yes, this is better. You're doing something with them that you wouldn't see out of other teams. You wouldn't see the Street Profits doing that. Street Profits wouldn't be like lurking in the background, like hiding and all that sort of stuff. You wouldn't see that from Motor City. You wouldn't see that from Carmelo and The Miz. Like, this is something which you sort of expect from them, the Wyatt 6. So it's good to kind of get back to one of those things that makes them unique. It's good to get back to, the kind of character work, I suppose. They are in the shadows. They are just watching and observing and, strategizing. And I think that it was, that to me is interesting. I'm like, if any sort of movement with the Wyatt 6 is going to grab me in a positive direction, because, so many people tell me they're dead, they're buried, get over it. And it's like, well, I don't think they're ever going to be dead and buried, because I think you can always go back to what makes them special. You could do 2 years of them just being a normal tag team, but at any point you could do a Firefly Funhouse and boom, we're right back. I don't think the hope ever is going to go out. I don't think that flame is ever going to go out, because what makes them special, you can always go back to it at any time. And I've said this. I've said I'm not off the hype train of the Wyatt Six. I can be critical as to what we're doing at the moment, right? I can be critical about that, but I don't think that's unfair, because, they came in with all this hype, and they came in with all this sort of promise and Nightbirds and all of that. And for a plethora of different reasons, it's not worked. And so now we've brought them back, and we're just kind of treating them like a normal team. Like, I think it's fine for fans to go, well, this isn't what I was looking for. I don't think that's unreasonable. But equally, what makes them special, you can always go back to. So just a flicker, just a hint shown on Friday makes me want to know what's coming next. So I love your comment, though, Jitterman. I love Asuka and EO and all that. I agree. That would be right up there for me as well, because Asuka EO is a match I would absolutely love to see in 2025. And I'd love to do something more meaningful with Asuka as well. So totally with you on that. But it gives us a nice opportunity just to touch on what we saw from the Wyatts on Friday. Connor said, can we see any of these replacements for Naomi? Stephanie, Natty, Bailey, Bianca, Io, Jordan, Asuka. Yeah, well, I think Stephanie is already got a title opportunity at Clash in Paris. So I think the belief is that Io was meant to have her match last week for the championship. She never got it. So it does feel like the quick fix is Io, Stephanie, banging match in Paris with the championship on the line. Like, that just feels like, two women that were meant to get title opportunities, just have them go up against each other with the belt on the line. So I'm expecting that to be the solution. If Naomi has to walk away, I'm thinking they do challenger versus challenger, winner becomes champion. I mean, it would be nice if there was a tournament, but equally, as I said, it's a bit messy to do that, because really Stephanie has already earned the right to challenge. Like, she won that battle royal I think it was Evolution. She won the battle royal, so she's got the right to challenge for the title. Io obviously was getting a title match last week as well, so it feels like that's probably going to be the way forwards. Miss Dow Jr. said, what did we think about UFC 319? What did we think about Jericho coming back? Spoke about Jericho in Unseen. I don't read anything into it. I think Jericho is a wily veteran who knows that by just leaving one like, he can have the wrestling world talking. And I think he could easily pick up the phone to Tony Khan and just say, listen, I've got everyone talking about me. I've got everyone talking about AEW. I've got everyone speculating about what's going on. I'm not being disrespectful. I've just left a like on a post, and everyone's, it's resulted in everyone talking about it. If you've got that kind of power, if I had that kind of power, where if I left a like on something, people freaked out, like you would, it's hard to not use it, isn't it, really? So this is why I never read anything into those, because Matt Hardy does it a lot. Matt Hardy does a lot of teases, leaves lots of likes on theories and stuff like that, and then it gets everyone talking. So I think that there is a chance. I'm not saying it's impossible. I mean, God, after Brock returning, that's my new benchmark now. After seeing Brock come back at SummerSlam, nothing is impossible. I've always said, since Punk came back, I've always said I'll never say 100% impossible again. I'll go 99.99999. After Brock's come back, I'm going to say 90%. I'm 90-10. There's now actually a sizable chance that anything can happen, right? So I think, actually, with Jericho, I don't even think it's like that. I don't think it's that. I think the chances are a bit more 60-40, actually. I've heard him say that he would be down for coming back for one last run in WWE. So, but I don't know. Will Tony offer him a load of money? Will Tony give him some really interesting creative? Could it be that Jericho actually ends up signing some sort of deal that sees him seeing out the rest of his days in AEW. He could always go. I don't think he's in the WWE Hall of Fame, but he will go in. And he could always go in once his time in AEW comes to an end. I suppose the thing is, does he want to have... And he could always probably have one last match, couldn't he? I mean, look at Goldberg that's come back to have a last match. You know, look at Batista that came back to have a last match. Like, Jericho could work for the next couple of years in AEW, call it quits, and then, you know, just have one match and a Hall of Fame induction in WWE. And I'm sure they would do that for him. So, I don't know. This is why, to me, I don't know really that there's anything to massively get excited about. I think that at this stage, him leaving a light just feels like a great way of getting spoken about. But obviously, if we start to hear more word coming out that there's been a falling out with Tony Khan, or that he really is adamant he wants one last run whilst he's still got some sort of, you know, athleticism. You know, if we start hearing that chatter, that will obviously add weight to the fact that he could be leaving and he could be coming back and he could be in the Rumble and all that sort of stuff. But really, I think if you jump into those lengths at this stage, it is a bit of a reach. So certainly a reach just considering he's left a like on a post, right? Which could totally be done just to get people to freak out. So those are my thoughts on the Jericho stuff. In regards to UFC 319, I thought the main event was disappointing. I think that I've seen Demetrius Johnson saying if you was down on that main event, you could always like turn it off, change the channel. Like, you know, wrestling is a big part of UFC, which I do understand. But I think the reason why people were so excited is because Chimaev goes in there and smashes people. You know, he's someone that goes in and just brings an early storm and puts most people away. But I was saying all throughout that stream that, like, I've seen him go in there with Burns and I've seen him go in there with Usman and not be able to put them away. And I don't even think they were in their prime when he struggled against them. So in my mind, I was like, will Du Plessis weather that early storm? And I was like, I think he will. I think he will. And, you know, the general consensus was the longer the fight goes, the more that Du Plessis comes into the fight. There was just a couple of things that happened that I was not expecting. And that was that I was not expecting Chimaev to dominate those rounds and not get wore out. I thought if he was going to dominate those rounds, he'd have to empty the gas tank a bit more. But actually, that crucifix was genius because it meant he could tie up the arms, work on the head of Du Plessis, and not really use much energy. Du Plessis couldn't get up, and Chimaev was in control, and it wasn't really draining him. So it just sort of meant that he was, you know, able to carry that energy later. And so it just meant that Du Plessis never really found the opening. There was an opening right at the end of the fight. It sort of felt like maybe the tide was starting to turn in round 5. But by that, it's too late, isn't it? It's too late. I mean, there was some great opportunity in round 5 for Du Plessis, but it's too late. So, yeah, it's a new champion, but I can understand people being a bit like, oh, that's not really the fight I was hoping for. It's not really the fight I was looking for. But some pretty sick finishes before that. And I think all in all, the card was not bad at all. I think if you bought it, I don't think you'd feel cheated. But the only thing is most people would have bought it for the main event. And so those people might feel a bit, you know, wasn't really what I was being sold. I was kind of hoping for there to be more of a war than what we ended up with. But that's UFC, isn't it? You never quite know what you're going to get. Rhino, shout out to you. Harbour Binger, hello. Harbour Binger said, Daze, you might have already covered this, but could the Wyatts have changed to allow Carrion and the Righteous to come in and go after Liars? Just a thought after one of the interviews. I mean, they could. I'm not personally expecting that because I think we're struggling to book the Wyatts. I think booking the Wyatts has proven to be difficult. So it's kind of hard, not impossible, right? I mean, we're always just dealing with likelihood, aren't we? All we've got is the information in front of us. We know that there was an old plan, an old Bray Wyatt strategy of or creative to get Karrion and the Righteous in a group. So we know that was something that was going to happen years ago when Bray was still with us. But we're in a very different place now. You know, we're in a place now where we don't have Bray and we don't have his creativity. I mean, the person that would have been like really driving the creative for that group, I think, would have been Bray. Obviously, WWE would have done a lot of the writing as well. But actually, the presentation of the group and, you know, the kind of direction, the big picture stuff, I think Bray would have been heavily involved in. I don't think people would have expected us to have started that group and for Bray to have just left them alone, right? I think Bray would have had quite a bit of input into the creative, not on a minute detail point of view, because, I mean, I don't know that the guy could be a wrestler and also, like, be working on his creative and their create. I mean, like, at some point, you know, and juggling a family, that's a lot to ask. But I think he would have been involved. I think without Bray around, I don't think that, you know, Bo does not strike me as someone that's really driving this kind of story, right? I mean, we've not seen any development with these characters. I mean, apart from the Journal and Nightbirds and stuff like that, which I think was being driven by Rob Fee, we just haven't, and, you know, since they debuted, we haven't seen anything. So I think because we've seen so many struggles with the Wyatt Six, and because this group have kind of had to hit the reset button because, you know, of their struggles, it doesn't feel to me like WWE would be there going, oh, should we bring in another group? Similar, you know, this group we've got right now that we've really struggled to book, should we bring in another one? I'm really struggling with that. So I think that it was an idea for a few years ago. I don't know where we are right now, that it's something that Triple H would be looking for. I think that if we did bring Karrion back and he had a bit of a group, I don't know that it would be connected with like the Wyatt stuff, you know. I think that it might just kind of go off in whatever direction they want Karrion to go off in. Karrion with the Righteous still works, but I just don't think it needs to be connected with the Wyatt Six anymore. I think it's been hard enough booking them, let alone trying to bring in another group and then book them as well. So, but I wouldn't, you know, I wouldn't say it's impossible. I mean, again, Brock, I wouldn't say it's impossible, but I just think it's been very difficult. So for that reason, I don't feel like that's the direction. But Karrion returning with the Righteous, I think, is a possibility still. I wouldn't kind of shoot that down. I just don't know that it'll be heavily affected or impacted with the Wyatt stuff. But Jordan said, do we think that we'll get a WWE draft soon? Do I think we'll get a WWE draft soon? The chatter was that they were going to do it before SummerSlam, and then the chatter turned into it'll be just after SummerSlam. And honestly, I think we're at a point where they just can't find room. There is no word of a draft at the moment. And, you know, we're a good few weeks after SummerSlam. We're now about to go on a European tour. Then there's talk of this new WrestlePalooza September 20th show. I mean, I don't think that they found a window. I don't think they found a place to actually do a draft. And it seems like if they want to move anyone, they just move them. I mean, Sammy just announced he's gone to SmackDown. And we moved Julia, didn't we? She moved. I think, didn't Drew move as well? Like, we've had people that have kind of just switched brands and moved over as and when we've kind of needed to do it. I read earlier it's been like 400 and some days, 460 days since the last draft. But there's no word on when the next draft is. So I think that they are going to look to see if there is a bit of a gap. They're going to look to see if there is a window, and they might try and drop it in then. But I don't know when that next window is, because, as we said, they're on a European tour. Then they got Clash in Paris. Then we come back and we got, I think, a few weeks till we get to that WrestlePalooza thing. And then we got Crown Jewel coming up as well. Then, you know, it won't be long until we're at Survivor Series. So, I mean, it's just show after show after show. Like the Saturday night's main events have obviously been in the mix as well. And, you know, you have to have feuds and you have to build up for these things. So, yeah, I mean, like a draft, I would think they will do it at some point. It's hard to picture them not doing one at all because we've done one, like, you know, every year for a good number of years now. So it's hard to say they're not going to do one, but I don't know, man. I mean, like, when are they going to get it in? Is it going to have to be October? Is it going to have to be December? There's just no words on one happening at the moment. So, yeah, I wish I could give you any more than that. But honestly, when it comes to the draft, the date keeps moving. It was expected to be just after WrestleMania. And then they couldn't fit it in. And then it was, it'll be just before SummerSlam. And then it's just after SummerSlam. And now here we are after SummerSlam. There ain't no sign of it. So, gonna have to see. Colton said, if Naomi is pregnant, then Big Jim will have to proceed with caution for the next 9 months. He will. You're right. Big Jim. Colton, shout out to you, my friends. Right, Netforce said, I wonder if part of the reason for the ESPN deal was so that they could charge more. Talent was complaining about losing a paycheck they got when they were on just pay-per-view. I don't think so, to be honest. I don't think it's connected with trying to charge more because, I mean, if you think they're on ESPN and ESPN is $29.99 a month, but that is for all of the sports and everything that's on that. So there's no specific fee for the WWE stuff. It's not like that it goes to ESPN and every show is going to be $10 extra or anything. You know, WWE have received their money. You know, I think they got like $1 billion from Peacock. And obviously when they renegotiate, they were looking for a bit more. I think, has it gone to one? I can't remember if it's 1.3 or 1.6. But, I mean, they have managed to negotiate more. So, I mean, I'm sure the wrestlers will see a bump in their pay-per-view pay. But, I mean, my heart does not bleed for the wrestlers. When it comes to, like, how well paid, I know in comparison to other sports, they're probably behind. But I don't think WWE generates the interest of the other sports. So I sort of feel like, for me, ticket prices are what I care more about. I care more about the average family not having to remortgage their house to take their kids to go and watch the wrestling. That bothers me more than the wrestlers getting a bump in their pay when they're already, many of them, millionaires as it is, right? It's kind of hard to have sympathy for those people. So I don't think that it was done for that reason. I think it was just came down to whoever is going to be the highest bidder was going to get it, right? Peacock had first refusal to actually match the ESPN offer, and they decided they weren't going to go that high. So hence why it moved over to ESPN. But had Peacock have matched the offer, they would have just stayed with Peacock. So, but, you know, it is going to be more money. So it could be that the wrestlers do see a bit of a bump anyway. John Drick says, I'm back. John Drick, shout out to you, my friends. Welcome back. Where are we time-wise? Oh, okay. We've only got about 40-odd minutes. Let's go. That's gone really quick. Right. Punk is in the ears of the WWE execs now about Danhausen. Him and the Lizard Man as tag champs. Book that shiz now, says AB. He could be. We know he is good friends with Danhausen, so he could be in the ears of executives trying to find a place to get in Danhausen in. I think I just read that Danhausen is still under contract with AEW because apparently some injury time has been added. So I don't know that he's available right now. I just read that earlier today. So it might not be available right now. But yes, I agree with you. I think that he would be looking to get Danhausen in. They're very good friends. Right. Joe said, cheers to another fun stream. Also, I did enjoy the UFC stream. Turned out better than you thought it would. It did, absolutely, yes. I mean, like, for me, I think the key is the start. I think the key is always the start, and that's why I give you a lot of credit. You lot and the community made the difference. I know that obviously the stream did like really well, but I've been doing YouTube long enough to kind of know that, as I said, if you can get like a good viewers early. Yeah, it looks like we just had a little bit of lag. So I've just changed over to the Starlink, and the Starlink actually looks like it's holding. So a little bit of lag. So yeah, the point I was just making was that I've done YouTube long enough to know that if you have like a nice amount of viewers early, then as more interest comes, you seem to be able to find people, or people can find you better, easier. I think it's probably to do with the algorithm and where you appear in the search and things like that. So that's why you lot were just absolutely key to the success of that stream. It wasn't me. It wasn't anything I was doing. It was you lot and the support that you lot showed. Like, it really, when I say makes a difference, like, it really makes a difference. So yeah, you lot were the ones that made that a success. So a massive thank you for that, honestly, because I think people knew I was worried about it, and I was genuinely worried about it, because we had not done a UFC stream in months. So I sort of was worried that, like, it could have just bombed. Could have been an absolute... It could have been a waste of time. But actually, it turned out to be one of the biggest streams of the year. So, a massive thank you for that, of course. So, yeah, Joe, appreciate it, my friends. Jitterman said, my main issue with Raw is the storytelling and the long burn stories. It can drag far too long. And then we could get a bit bored of it by the time it happens, said the Jitterman. Yeah, I can understand that. I think I'm okay with long stories. If you look at, say, the Bloodline, and you look at like the fact that played out over, what was it, like 4 or 5 years, yeah? I saw, well, maybe not quite that long. It was kind of the end of 2020, going into maybe when Cody finishes his story, maybe Survivor Series last year. You'd probably say about 4 years, max, something like that. But I think for me, like, within that, there's obviously lots of little stories within that big story. And there's lots of twists and turns, and there's lots of moments that are in there. And I think they did a good job of holding your attention. I think you're right. There's a lot of stories that are quite long that get very repetitive. And I think there's a lot of stories that are quite long that get a little boring. And I think there's, it's pretty just paint by numbers stuff. Raw this year has been a challenge. I mean, I'm so grateful, actually, that Naomi might have got pregnant, because that means we've got at least one good, interesting segment tonight. Raw in 2025 has been difficult at times, mainly because it's just been flat, and it's just very simple paint by numbers. I mean, there's just nothing exciting. I don't know what you would pull out of this year to make a best of the year type situation. I mean, there's clearly you would be able to. I mean, I'm thinking like, EO winning the championship just before WrestleMania against Rhea. You could pull that out. John Cena getting booed after turning heel at Elimination Chamber. Like, you could pull that out. Like, you'd be able to put something together. But if you were to take the best Raw moments of 2025 and compare them to the best Raw moments from previous years, this year is going to look lacking. It's really going to be lacking. It's not going to look as engaging as... I feel like every year there's like at least a title change on Raw, The John Cena getting booed, I mean, obviously the turn didn't happen on Raw. The turn happened at Elimination Chamber. But, I mean, you compare what we've done this year to what we did last year. Last year we had The Rock whipping Cody outside his bus. We had, like, killer CM Punk promos going off on Drew, where he's like, I've never needed to put another man's name on a shirt to sell that shirt. and things like that. Like there was some like amazing promos, amazing matches, amazing segments. We had the whole "We Want Cody" movement and all that kind of stuff. This year is going to feel a lot lacking. A lot like there's been a lot of weeks where there just hasn't really been anything, and a lot of scores when we've been doing our reviews that have been 5 or 5.5. People saying, well, it was pretty good. It moved the story forward. It's like, did it? Did it move the story forwards? I'm actually doing a bit of a new video series at the moment. I don't know that it will stay, right? I don't know that I'm going to keep it. But actually, I'm doing it for kind of my benefit as well. And it hasn't really got a name. If it had a name, it would be something like Talking Points, right? But I did one on Friday after SmackDown, because actually SmackDown I did think had quite a few talking points. And so I did a video where I kind of go through them, like, well, this was interesting because of this, and this was interesting because of this. And you kind of go through it and walk through the talking points, right? And the reason why I want to do that is because I do find myself kind of coming out of shows going, oh, I don't think there was much here. But to be honest with you, I never really write those talking points down. I have the match scores, but I don't really have the little things that happen in the shows. I never jot those down. So I'm really interested in tonight to see how many talking points do we get. Genuine talking points, things that we could actually have conversations about. Things that we could actually go, okay, it was worth watching for that. Might not make the show worth watching, but at least we got something from that segment. At least we got something from that appearance. It might be a new graphic. It might be a new theme music. It might be some new ring gear. It might be a look teasing a turn, or, it might be like an interesting backstage interaction. Little things that just keep you engaged. Little things that, by the end of a show, if you've got lots of them, can add up to, oh, that was actually okay. We didn't, and that's how I felt about Friday. I felt like there was a lot of little things that meant that my show score was stuck at about a 6.5 sort of range. There was nothing seismic that went down on Friday, but my show score was still okay because there was just all these little things. So, yeah, I'm trying to do... And also, I can get that video done quite quick. Unseen always takes ages. Because whilst we're talking, all the stuff that's kind of being tagged and sent over, I don't get a chance to see that. So it's hard to kind of do Unseen quickly after the shows. But the talking points thing, that's just a quick video. I can get that out quickly. So at the moment, that talking points video... The review and Unseen, I'm trying to do three videos after Raw, NXT, SmackDown. Might work, might not work, I don't know. But I think there's something to that. I think there's something in the... Listen, this isn't stuff that you haven't seen. If you've watched the show, you've seen it. But let's have a talk. Let's have a chat about it. Where do we think it's going? And I don't think there's anywhere where we do that. There's not. We don't really get time to do that in the review, where we actually talk about all of the talking points, and we certainly don't do it in Unseen. So that's why it felt like there was maybe a bit of a gap and a bit of a, an opportunity to do a video like that. So we'll do that again tonight, and hopefully we get a few talking points to include in it. Right, I am a Fanhausen of Danhausen, said AB. Anyone who incorporates old and forgotten 90s Simpsons references is an A+ for me. Tony said there was 270,000 viewers on the AAA stream. Yeah, it did very well. Did very, very well. And that was being shown on 3 different accounts, is my understanding. James said, I, the only one who thinks Raw is lacking from a talk show segment? Oh, no, I agree with you. I agree. I think for me, like I've said before, I want to see more segments outside of just promos and matches. So I feel like most of this year, it's either been a promo segment or it's been a match. And we haven't really had loads of those kind of sports entertainment segments. We did get one the other day, which was Alexa getting a gift from Charlotte, right? And that was, the Charlie doll, and there was a cake, and of course Chelsea went in the cake and all that kind of stuff, right? And people afterwards in the review were like, that was not a very good segment. And I agree. I don't think it was very interesting, right? I think they could have done something a little bit more. To be honest, I struggle a little bit with the Alexa Charlotte stuff right now. Like, there's elements that I see that really makes me laugh. Like, they did a little video the other day that was in Unseen, where it had Charlotte going, I'm not going to do the thing. And Alexa was like, don't do the thing. And Charlotte was like, I'm not going to do the thing. And Alexa was like, no, don't do the thing. And Charlotte was like, I'm not going to do the thing. And Alexa was like, don't do the thing. And Charlotte was like, I'm not going to do the thing. And then all of a sudden Charlotte pops up and she's like, I've done the thing. And her hair was kind of the same as Alexa's. She'd put it into like ponytails, pigtails or whatever. I don't know what that is where you've got two of them. Pigtails? That's a ponytail, isn't it? Pigtails. Is it pigtail? I don't even know. She changed her hair so it looked like Alexa's. And it just made me laugh. I enjoyed it. I put it in Unseen. Thought it was good. And so they do things like that I'm like, yeah, man. The chemistry between them is really good. But then in that segment the other day where they're doing Lily Charlie nonsense, I mean, I know there's people that are fans of that stuff, but like, as a grown adult man, as a grown male adult, it's just a little challenging when it comes to like dolls and things like that. Like, puppets are okay if it's like a bit of fun and they're, like, we've seen the Cobra, we've seen Mr. Socko. I thought the Demonito thing was, pretty fun. You could tell that he had done it as a counter to Mr. Iguana's, Yeska or whatever it's called, Yeska. So, I mean, I can vibe with that. But Lily as a doll that just doesn't really do anything. She's just like emotional support. I don't know, man. I feel like that thing as well is only really around to sell merch. Like, I don't even think it's like, they've changed the look of it quite a few times. And then, of course, recently we found out that they had a really cool looking one on TV. They used that cool looking picture on WWE Shop, but it turns out the ones you lot have been receiving have just not been those. Like, you don't get the cool looking TV one. You get like a slightly cheaper Chinese knockoff thing. And part of me just finds it a bit like seedy, honestly. I just sort of, I mean, like, even that Finn Balor one became seedy really quickly when it turned out they were selling them for $100 straight away. Like, oh, you like what you've just seen? Get yours for $100. It's like, what? It's like, so, I mean, I like the chemistry between them. I like the fun they have. But when it comes to, like, segments like that, and, like, the Charlie thing as well, like, we didn't even see Charlie again this week. So what was that about? Charlie kind of was shown 2 weeks ago in that segment, and then we didn't even see it on Friday. But like, it's just not for me. That stuff's like, I struggle with those bits. But I agree, like talk show segments or those kind of celebrations or, the trial of Sammy. Do you remember the trial of Sammy where we was showing clips on the Titantron? And we were showing like Exhibit A, and it was like an interesting. It wasn't a promo, but it was like a segment. And they were all sat around a table, and they were trying to figure out if Sammy was like trustworthy. And there was exhibits being shown as to why he wasn't trustworthy, and it was like a trial. I mean, like stuff like that is, you do need some of that. For me, the show should be a real mixed bag of different things, with obviously the wrestling being at the forefront, but those matches need to be not only good but meaningful. Like, to me, I want to watch a match that matters, right? Doesn't need to be the biggest reason in the world. It could be that someone's, desperately trying to get momentum. It could be they're on a losing skid and, they've called someone out that they think they can beat so they can get a win. Like, that's good enough for me, because then I'll watch and I'll see, can they get a win? That's fine. There's a reason for that match. But, there's a lot of matches where it's just filler. So, it feels like some of the matches need a bit more meaning. It feels like some of the promos need to have some more captivating lines in them. And it definitely feels like we need a talk show segment, or we need some TV segments that are sports entertainment, I've said before, things like Bobby Lashley's sisters and This Is Your Life and stuff like that. Some of those are some of the cringiest segments, right? So, you mention those kind of things and people go, we definitely don't need those. And I hear you, but I think we do need those. We just need them done well. We just need them done and written properly. We just need them because at the moment, it's either a match or a promo. That's all we're getting. So it's either a match or a promo. Occasionally, you might get a contract signing, right? They might do a contract signing segment. But really, we don't do anything beyond that. And I just think there's so many things we've done in the past. So many things we've done in the past where we could, start to dig into some interesting. They just seem to keep everything so simple. And sometimes simple is best, but also simple can be boring. Do you know what I mean? Sometimes it can all be a bit samey and, yeah. I agree. Let's get a talk show. Let's get a good-looking set as well. I actually would probably do it on the entrance stage, That way everyone can still see it, and it could have a set. I miss things like Piper's Pit and things like that, something that's got a really good set to it. If you do it in the ring, you can't really have much of a set because the people behind won't be able to see. So that's why whenever we do it in the ring, it's always really limited with the set that it's got. So I think I'd be really tempted to do a really nice set. Imagine if Bray had done a talk show, Funhouse talk show on the entrance stage. Could have been fun, couldn't it? With the puppets in the arena and Funhouse Bray doing interviews and, some of the kind of fun interactions we could have had with that. But they wouldn't do that because of the fact that it would have to be kept really minimum if you did it in a ring. So, yeah, it kind of opens it out to a bigger conversation, doesn't it? TJF said Smack Talk and Raw Talk. I like the talking points, not in Unseen. It gives more room for online news and talking point video. It doesn't give spoilers in case you don't watch the show. Well, it might do, mightn't it? Because it's the talking points, isn't it? So I suppose in a way that if it could be spoiled, I wouldn't recommend watching it if you've not watched the show. But then I wouldn't really recommend, clicking on anything to do with Raw or SmackDown after it's aired if you've not yet watched the show. So yeah, I couldn't really commit to there not being spoilers in there because it's all about the talking points, isn't it? It's all about the talking points. It's all about the what's gone down in the show, really. That was an interesting look, or them pinning them could lead to something. So, but yeah, if you enjoyed it, that's brilliant. That I hope that it is something that people find useful. And as you said, we're going to give it another go tonight. I haven't committed long term to it yet because, well, I'm still exploring it myself, to be honest. I'm still sort of, it was only an idea that I had last week. It's something which had kind of been floating around in my mind, but I hadn't really considered doing a video series about it. But then on Friday, I just found myself in a situation where I was like, man, I actually feel like there's quite a bit that's gone down here. But there were little bits. So we'll go again tonight and we'll see what we get tonight. Connor said, here are my thoughts. I think Becky is going to win and retain. I think Penta's going to win against Xavier. I think Io is going to win against Raquel. I think Jay is going to win against Bron Breakker, says Connor. Thank you. TJF, thank you. And Ghost Tarot Reader said, I'm only watching for the Naomi part. Yeah, I think that is understandable, honestly, because I think that, as we've said, there is actually guaranteed a segment on this show that is going to be noteworthy, and we've not necessarily been getting that recently. Jeremy said, do we think Naomi will have to forfeit the title because she's injured or maybe pregnant? I do think so, yes. I do think so. Long Beach Hippie said, bring back Brother Love, Bruce Pritchard still alive. Would that go over with 2025 fans? It wouldn't be the same because people know who Brother Love is, and I mean, back then, kayfabe was a little bit more protected than it is now. I think it would work. The only problem is Bruce at his age now and with his health, I don't know that he's taken the bumps that he could have took back in the 80s. So I think that you could bring it back for a little time and do a few episodes, and I think it'd be really fun. Last time we saw him, I think, was 2020. And they did Money in the Bank at their head offices, at their headquarters, and we saw like a really awful doink. But Brother Love was in the bathroom. So they did actually have Bruce in that Brother Love kind of outfit character. So, I mean, he could definitely do it. You're right. He's still around and he's backstage. He works backstage. I think, though, he's got quite an important position. We saw the producers. So for those that don't know who Bruce Pritchard is, he was for the longest time like Vince's right-hand man. And he got fired a few times and brought back a few times, but pretty much he's spent the majority of the last 30-odd years, 35 years, actually longer than that, 40 years, in the WWE. There was a period where he was fired and he worked at TNA for a bit, but he's got a podcast called Something to Wrestle With. And it's really interesting because he can tell you a lot of that behind-the-scenes stuff, but from a sort of right-in executive position, not a wrestler position, but like this is what we were thinking when we did this kind of it's the closest you can get to a Vince McMahon podcast is the Bruce one, right? So I think, Vince Russo probably has some good insight as well because he was a writer, head writer. So, I mean, I'm sure he's got, he can obviously give you a lot of good insight. To be honest, that's not one that I've ever massively listened to. But Bruce's, I thought, was really, really good. So, yeah, he now works backstage with WWE. He returned just before the pandemic after being out with the company, but he came back just before the pandemic. He was the guy that was kind of overseeing the filming of the Firefly Funhouse vignettes. And, he's still with the company now. And in Unreal, you might remember episode 1 where you've got Abyss as a producer. And he's like, we're going to have to cut the Anaconda Vice. I'm so sorry, Bruce. I'm so sorry. I'm wrapping it up now because CM Punk and Seth Rollins overran. He actually, at the end of that episode, he's like, I'm so sorry. And William Regal's like, listen, calm down. It's okay, right? And Abyss is like, I just want to make this man happy. And, he kind of pats the chest of Bruce. That's Bruce. And it seems like all the producers answer to Bruce. Seems like each match has got a producer, and it seems like those producers are overseen by Bruce. And yeah, he was Brother Love. So you could do the Brother Love show. I don't think it clearly can't really lead to any matches, and I'm not sure he's going to be able to take many bumps. So I'm not sure that it's going to be a long-term fix. I think it'd be better for Grayson Waller to be a host, wouldn't it? Because he can talk. It's a great way of showing off his mic skills. But also he can get involved in bumps and matches and, very Piper's Pit sort of stuff. Not that he's Piper, but yeah. But I wouldn't mind doing a few. I mean, I love the golden era, so getting some brother love shows would be really fun. TWO said, I meant there's not spoilers in Unseen in separate videos. I did love the segment with Undertaker on the Heartbreak Hotel. Yeah, that was another good one, wasn't it? That was another good one. Heartbreak Hotel. Shawn Michaels went to that. I think it was WWE World last year. They had the Heartbreak Hotel set set up, and there's a video of Sean going over and lying on the bed again, and it's really cool. Really cool. Sonny said, did you get time to check out the book? I didn't, but I did open the email to have a look, because if it was short, I was going to give it a read, but it was too long, but there's no way I would find the time to read all of that. So, I mean, I could read a little bit of it, but I don't think I'm going to be able to give you much in the way of feedback. I think it's probably one of those where you need to read all of it, isn't it? So you get an idea of the characters and everything that's happening, but as soon as I saw how long it was, I was like, there's just no way. So I'd recommend pinging it over to like some of the others in the community. I think, you know, if they've got the time to read it, I'm sure they'd be able to give you the kind of feedback you're looking for. But yeah, certainly could see you'd put a lot of work into it. But Carl said, Daze crew, hello. I'm back now watching WWE regular, and boy, it's changed a lot under Triple H's leadership. Oh, really? Yeah, I mean, it's been evolution rather than revolution. I mean, I feel like it's one of those where as time has gone by, there's been lots of little changes. You know, like, for example, the way that they walk through the back and we go to the ring, the drone shots, maybe some slightly different camera angles, but I wouldn't say many. But the drone shots, definitely. The walking through Gorilla and following them, definitely. And, you know, cutting out some of the kind of silly stuff, the silly bits, like Ms. TV and things like that. I mean, like, I feel like there's been lots of little changes since Triple H took over, to the point where you could probably go back and watch a 2021 Raw or an early 2022 Raw, and it might be noticeable now. But honestly, as the weeks have gone by, it's not really felt like too much has changed. But, of course, you know, ring sponsors and stuff like that, commentary teams and whatever, you know, that has been, you know, you probably could get a bit of a list together now of things that have changed. Vikings Wolf said, do we think that Natty will debut tonight? I don't think so. I would love to see it, but I don't think so. I think that she is correct in that when they do debut Natty, or if they debut Natty, they've got to be really careful of the character, because it is, you can only make one first impression, really. And so when you bring that Natty character in, you know, ideally, you know, if I'm Natalya, I'd like it to have a build. I'd like to do some vignettes where I tease a change. I would like to, you know, bring the character in and have the character destroy people and win and get momentum. And so, you know, there's none of that for this, is there? I mean, she's going to have a match tonight with Becky, and I think there's a good chance that Becky is going to retain. Of course, it could be that Becky faces Natty and, you know, ends up just running out the ring because this is not the version of Natalya she was prepared for. I mean, that could be fun. But I just don't know that they've got any sort of long-term stuff planned for this Natty character at this stage. I'd love it. I hope we get it. I'll be totally on board for it. I mean, I really like Natalya. I think she is a good person. I think she's got a good soul. I think she's very giving. I mean, all you see is her training other women and working and helping. And, you know, I mean, she has not turned anything down. If they've said to Natalya, can you go to NXT and help this person? She was there. Can you go to Evolve and help this person? Can you go to the Indies and do this? Can you give Maxine a bit of extra training? Can you work with Nikki Bella? You know, we've got a girl coming up from NXT. Can you, like, Aaliyah? Can you put Aaliyah through the ringer? Let's see if she's the real deal. I mean, Natty, just too nice for her own goods. And I hate saying that because, you know, it shouldn't be a case that you're too nice for your own goods. But I think she's too nice for her own goods. I think sometimes you do have to sort of stand your ground and protect your own brand a little bit. And I think a lot of people will say, you know, that she's a bit boring or she hasn't got much in the way of personality or something like that. And I understand that. But what has WWE done to help her? You know, she is the daughter of Jim the Anvil Neidhart. She is legit. She is someone that is passionate about pro wrestling. Her uncle is Bret the Hitman Hart. She's part of the Hart family. I mean, you're telling me that you couldn't find a way of representing her and actually giving her a group. Like, why could we not have had like a new Heart Foundation, some girls that she really thinks represents the ethics and beliefs of the Hart family? Why could she have not like had some NXT talent over the years that could have gone out there and done the work for her? And then she could have been like, you know, the leader of said group. I mean, I just think creatively, they've never really had much for her because, or certainly not since the pandemic, because I think they've just given up on her a long time ago. I think that she's been seen as, you know, kind of yesterday's news for a long time. I mean, you could even make the argument that when we called up Sasha, Becky, and Charlotte in 2015, I think you could make the argument that that was the next wave. Even with AJ Lee and Paige before that, like, it was kind of like this new wave of women were coming in. And it was kind of like Beth Phoenix, Natalya. They were sort of yesterday's news. And you could really make the argument that for 10 years, Natalya, if not longer, has been seen as yesterday's news. And what have they done with her? They have just sort of asked her, can you do this? Can you do this? She's become like an odd job woman. Can you do this? Can you do that? Can you go here? Can you go there? Yes, 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 yes. On one hand, you could say, by her saying yes, she stayed with the company. It's built up a lot of goodwill. There's a lot of affection for Natalya. But equally, you could say that it has resulted in her not really getting much in the way of opportunity and constantly having to do things like being a tag team with Maxine and, you know, get beaten by Aaliyah in, like, was it 3 seconds? Didn't Aaliyah have, like, a record for, like, quickest pin? And that was against Natalya. I mean, what the hell were we thinking? What the hell were we thinking? Aaliyah that is no longer with the company. And here's us jobbing Natalya out in like 3 seconds. So I love Natalya because I think she is the absolute consummate professional. I think that they have had very little for her, and I don't think that's her fault. I think if you want to talk about ageism in wrestling, if you want to talk about how, certainly for the women as well, as you get a bit older, you know, I think it's easy for companies and WWE in particular to look at the young, attractive kind of girls that are coming through and prioritize them. I think Natalya is a massive victim of all of that. And honestly, do you see her crying about it? Because I don't. I don't see her going online and crying about it. If anything, she always just talks about her love of wrestling. And I think it was so disrespectful to not have Natalya be the first women's Intercontinental Champion. I could not even believe they did not do that for her. I mean, like, I get that they wanted Lyra as champion, but you could have had Natalya carry that belt for a month and then lose it to Lyra. But actually, the history books, I think, how are they not showing that Natalya was the first? She's a heart that's all about work and being a workhorse and doing, you know, what needs to be done and training other girls. And she absolutely embodies what the Intercontinental Championship represents. You might as well call it the Natalya Championship. Like, she is just, yes, can do, loves wrestling, trains other women. Like, I couldn't believe it. I still can't believe it. It didn't make sense at the time. It makes even less sense now that I've seen how we've kind of gone with that Intercontinental Championship. Makes me angry, honestly. I feel like we really disrespect her. I feel like the fans disrespect her as well. Because all you hear is people going, nah, she's boring. She's like, do you know what she's done for this company? Do you know how much work she's done and how much she has helped the other women? Do you know that she should be respected, not flipping disrespected? And it's just, yeah, I'm livid. So I hope that if we bring in this natty character, if we bring in this no nonsense, I'm going to mess you up, I'm just going to keep hitting you until you bleed type character. I'm going to pick fights with people in the crowd type character. I just hope that if we're going to have that character, that we don't mess it up. Because if you mess it up, I don't know that there's another version of Natalya we can present that's going to be as engaging. So I don't expect it tonight. I hope we do get it tonight. But more importantly, if we do get it tonight, I hope it's treated right. But it's probably going to be Natalya coming down in some sort of entrance gear that just with a smile on her face, that just, goes through the motions. She'll ask some questions of Becky. Becky will have a little, few moments where she's struggling. But ultimately, I think Becky will find a way of getting through. And that'll be that. And we just move on and the world continues to turn. Sleazeboy said, when the rubber rips on the road, the cream rises to the top. Somebody baby mania. Jimmy Uso is about to be the biggest unintentional heel, said Sleazeboy. Well, I mean, I don't know what she's going to say. I mean, it's going to be very interesting whether it was planned or if it was not planned. I mean, not that it's any of our business, but I don't know if she's going to say that this was a surprise. I mean, first of all, we don't even know that she's pregnant. But if she is, was it something that was... I've got to think she's thrilled. I can't imagine she's got pregnant and she's gutted about it. If you engage, this is just a fun fact, but if you engage in sexual intercourse and you don't have any protection, I know protection's not 100%, but, if you do engage in sexual intercourse, you don't have protection, you are sort of running the risk, to be honest. So, I don't know, man. That's their personal lives, isn't it? I think she does want to be a mother. I don't think she is going to be devastated. I think timing-wise, it's obviously unfortunate in the sense of she's on a hell of a run at the moment, a very special time for her right now. But equally, time is important because, women, as we said, they only have a window and to get pregnant. And, you've got to think that if this is something Naomi wants... she's probably thinking about it. She certainly is thinking about it because she mentioned it on Stephanie McMahon's podcast, which was, I don't know when recorded, but it was recorded at some point this year. It was certainly recorded after she had turned heel because she was talking about this new persona, this proceed with caution persona. So certainly it's recorded, around WrestleMania, if not after WrestleMania. And so the fact that she's talking about starting a family and how she's been inspired by that, it says to me that it was on her mind anyway. So, don't know. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. Might not even be that, but if it is, we'll have to see what she says, how she says it. And hopefully it's just something that they are excited about. The custom belt. Naomi is here. Oh, yeah, it is a custom belt. Oh, yeah, look at that on the strap. You can see proceed with caution on the strap. I was like, what do they mean, custom belt? But it is. Only slightly on the strap, but, yeah. Well, I'm going to put that in a little folder. Boom. Well, there we go. Naomi has arrived with a custom belt as well. Maybe that's just timing. Perhaps they were working on a custom belt, and then, of course, whatever's happened has happened. So, but is she in wrestling gear? Is she trying to throw us off? Because this looks like that is wrestling. You don't just wear that, do you? That looks to me like it's wrestling attire. You wouldn't go out with all this on, would you? But again, is she just trying to throw us off? Is she just trying to throw us off? Don't know, man. Interesting. How long we got to wait? 7 minutes. 7 minutes. And then we'll find out. Right. Daze, I don't think 2 years would kill her career. I don't know if she'll ever get this opportunity again, but we can't always get what we want in life, said Ronnie. No, I agree with you. I don't think that I don't think this kills a career at all. I actually, we spoke earlier about how this could be perfect timing. I think that to be the champ and have to forfeit a title, meaning that you was not defeated for that title. I mean, you've got to think that in a couple of years' time, this character is going to have been through a lot, isn't it? This character is going to have... And she might not be out 2 years. I mean, it's like 9 months pregnancy, and then you might want to spend 6 months with the kids. So, I mean, it might be like 1 year, 3 months type situation. It might be like 12 months or 15 months. So it might be something along those lines. But yeah, I think while she's away, if she is about to go away, fans are going to miss her. The absence makes the heart grow fonder. She will have had to have forfeited the championship. So when she comes back, it's going to be really exciting. I don't think we've been able to really scratch the surface with this character. I think there's still so much that we need to look at with this character. She can think about that while she's away. And that should hopefully mean that when she comes back, there's lots of exciting things that she can do and bring to this character. So, no, I mean, if she was to get injured now, people would say, oh my God, that's so unfortunate. I mean, if this is an injury, right, people would be like, oh God, that is so unfortunate that it's happened right now. But I don't think people would say that's the end of her career. I do think that is a bit of an over-exaggeration. I think that she can come back in a Rumble or something like this, and she'd be red hot, man. She'd be red hot. There'd be a lot of excitement around because I think people really like this character, and she's leaving while she's on top. If she is pregnant, I'm over the moon, says Metal Mama, happy for her. But if it's going to be a while, why would they tell us this early with issues? People usually wait, says Metal Mama. Well, we don't know how far along she is, do we? I mean, could it be a case that she has waited? Could it be a case that she found out a few weeks ago? I don't know. I'm not sure at what point people tend to say. So, I mean, should she have a bump or something by now? I don't know. Don't know. Rumours are that she's pregnant. I completely understand that you wait. I don't know if a bump shows by the time you tell people or what the situation is. But, or whether because in wrestling you can't... I mean, I'm thinking about Becky. Becky didn't show, did she? Becky wasn't showing a bump when she spoke. Do you remember it? She had to give up the belt and Asuka got it by, winning Money in the Bank. Becky said, this is yours. I'm going to go off and be a mother. She wasn't showing. So I don't think physically you can tell. I don't even know how far along Becky was when she said. So it's an interesting one. Might make sense to just find out first if she is before we get stuck into a conversation like that. Imagine if the baby was conceived the night she won the title. What a story says Liam. Absolutely. Daze, how are you? Hope all is well. I am off work tomorrow. I hope this show is good. It looks stacked. The Naomi segment is going to be good. Could she swerve us and say, I'm not going anywhere? She could. She could absolutely do that. They absolutely could have, could have been that there was a concern last week, but actually they've checked it out and it's fine. And it could be that she's just going to come out and say this week she's not going anywhere as a result, yeah. Right. We have just got the countdown right now. So we'll be underway in less than 2 minutes. We'll be underway with this week's episode of Raw. I need to just change that over to Netflix. Lovely, mate. Boom. Right. Let me just make sure we're up to speed with super chats and everything. We are. Lovely. Okay. If Naomi is pregnant, said LS Dub, I imagine that some people online could shame her for taking the time off at the height of her push, which is very unfortunate. I hope she does what makes her happy. Yes. I agree. I think you will get people that will say that. But to be honest, I sort of feel like we're dealing with something quite new in wrestling. I mean, women's wrestling has not been really given this sort of platform and spotlight until we got to kind of the 2010s, really. I'd say 2015 was a huge moment, but, you know, there was AJ Lee before that, whatever. And I sort of feel like having conversations about women and pregnancy, I'm sure they've happened in wrestling, but it's not something that's, you know, we weren't having these conversations in the 90s, and we weren't having these conversations in the 2000s. So I sort of feel like 2010s is when we started to really kind of, you know, treat the women as, you know, being proper wrestlers, equal to the guys, all that sort of stuff. And obviously when you bring them in, they're young. And so, you know, we find ourselves now in the 2020s where those women now are getting a bit older, and now we're at the point where we're having these kind of conversations. So, yeah, it's really interesting. You know, it's interesting. It's an interesting conversation to have. But I feel like this conversation was had a bit with Becky, obviously, back in 2020 when she announced that she was pregnant. And actually, that is what Naomi says, is that the Becky situation gave her a lot of confidence that you can have a baby and return to wrestling, and there's a spot still there for you, you know? James said SmackDown did 1.4 million. And... hang on, where is it? 1.4 million. And imagine if R-Truth had a talk show segment. That would be great. That would be great. Okay, we are in Philadelphia then. We are live at the Xfinity Mobile Arena. And they're just talking about last week's Raw already. Get ready for a wild night. Okay. Days, happy Monday. Voice is still gone from Oasis in Dublin, but I had the best weekend ever, said Irish Sam. Irish Sam, shout out to you, buds. Glad you had a good time. Yeah, I knew you would. I mean, I loved it when I went to see them, and also I've seen ever since is people saying how amazing they were, so... Word of Wrestling, hello, shout out to you, buds. In Scotland, Ma and Da is mom and dad. Ma's homemade soup is your mom's homemade soup. Ma and Da. I've heard Ma, I don't think I've heard Da, to be honest. Whatever she announces, the weirdos online will be as cruel as ever, said Noctivux. That is true. The people that tried to shame her are stupid, because if you look at her age when weighing that against the pregnancy she has wanted, it's just no contest, said Trini. Metal Mama said, I'd much rather it be pregnancy, because Naomi having to give up the belt again would just break my heart if it was injury. It's like being a Sammy fan, gets the chance, then heartbroken. Metal Mama, shout out to you. Yeah, I agree. I hope it's somewhat positive. I don't really know what I'm hoping for. I'm not really hoping for anything, to be honest. Just going to wait and see what the news actually is. I mean, if it is a pregnancy, that's great for her. It's obviously disappointing that we're going to miss out on this character that we really enjoy. But, you know, it's obviously great for her, so I'll be pleased for her first and foremost. But I can't... I don't know that I'm sitting here hoping that I'm about to lose Naomi for a year and a half, you know? That's kind of a weird thing to hope for, isn't it? Hope we don't get to see Naomi for a long time. So, I don't know. I'm just hoping that it's whatever it is, it's good, it's positive, and I'm ready for it to be the pregnancy. Right, tonight, Jay takes on Braun Breaker. There she is. She's going to address the state of the title tonight on Raw. So she wasn't medically cleared last week. There's a Naomi sign. There's quite a few signs, actually. Quite a few signs. I don't know what we're starting with. Starting with the Vision. Daze, a bit of a different top today. What one are we rocking? As the Gens folks say, what your drip? This is just because I've got through all my plain black ones. Some people might think I never changed my shirts. But that couldn't be further from the truth. I actually wear a different shirt each day. It's just that they're all black. I just went out and bought a load of black shirts. And the reason for that is because, there are rumours that this is a green screen. Just rumours. But with the light and everything, it works better to just wear, a black colour. If you wear white, I find if I wear white, it kind of really messes up the lighting. I think it sort of sucks all the light in or so. I don't know what it does. It messes it up. So, you have to be careful with white. You have to be careful with green. You have to be careful with yellow. There's sort of, certain blues can be an issue as well. You kind of find yourself in a situation where you're like, forget this. I'm just going to buy a load of black shirts, which is what I did. So, but the thing is, I've got through them all now, so I'm having to dig into this, which is, I don't know, it's just some British music. It's got, lots of different musicians on, Noel Gallagher, Ian Curtis, just loads of different British musicians, that's all. It's just an old shirt I've had for, probably, I don't know, honestly. If you told me I'd had this for 15 years, I'd believe you. I don't know how you would know that, of course, but... right, Seth Rollins in the ring. And he's wearing a pretty wild, outlandish outfit. There's Bronson with the Shula Fala. Bron Breakker with a new shirt that says Badass Bron Breakker. Bit wordy, that shirt, innit? Badass Bron Breakker. Seth Rollins looks like he's ready for a Florida vacation. Few barks from the crowds. Yeah, God, he's got loads of words on the front, and then he's got loads of words on the back as well. I think it says woof, 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 woof on the back of that shirt. Mate, I ain't wearing a shirt. I ain't going out to a bar or a pub where it's got woof, 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 woof on the back of it. Okay, Heyman saying a few words. The Shula Fala is being represented. They would have a statue of me in this city, but I'm way too humble. Of course, we're in Philadelphia. Okay, Heyman says he is the GOAT. Here's Bron Breakker. So Heyman said he is in a ring of goats. Badass Bron Breakker. Oh, yeah, we were talking about that. The speed thing, I don't think it's impressive. I have no idea how fast the average person can move. But they've put it on a shirt now. It says speed 23 miles an hour, I think. It means nothing to me, though. Badass Bron Breakker limit 20, speed limit 23. That is such an awful shirt. I flipping hate that shirt. The master of the Tsunami. I feel like it's the same thing each week, innit? It's like we just spend ages introducing the flipping Vision. We know who they are. Daze, do you think Roman could face Bronson at Clash? Yeah. I'd imagine he'd want to get his shoes back. Where's the spice, said Prehistoric. I don't know, it's the same thing every week. OTC chants, someone in the front row looks like IRS. Love that. Someone in the front row looks like Rhea Ripley. They're not chanting OTC, they're chanting Paul E. Which they are now. If Roman loses at Clash, I bet they steal his wrestling. Shows much affection for Seth. There's a sign that's basically the Seth song that someone's written onto the sign. Marblin said, I desperately need Theory back ASAP. I think he's out injured at the moment, isn't he? Heavyweight champion of the world. So, I just feel like 11 minutes gone. We ain't done anything. We ain't achieved anything. It's just Paul Heyman introducing the members of the Vision. And the crowd singing. Marshman said, why does he keep introducing them? I don't know. Maybe, like, if you're a casual fan and you don't know who they are, or... This is worse than Jay's entrance. Talking of Jay's entrance, that was pretty crazy. Here's Jay. Heyman coming out each week doing the same start to a promo is worse than having to sit and watch Jay do his entrance, because I feel like Heyman's is longer. But we've actually just followed the Heyman intro with a Jay entrance. It's like they haven't got any ideas as to what to do with Raw. And each week we have to use 20 minutes of the show just on this stuff. Do you know what I mean? Curtis, shout out to you. Appreciate the support, my friends. Dr. Luchalala said, I'm so sick of this boring garbage each week. I sort of feel like, you know, when Jay comes out and he does his entrance, I sort of feel like, show us a little bit of it, right? Because obviously it looks good on TV. But then cut to commercial break. Because then the live crowd can still have fun. We will have seen a bit of it, but we don't need to watch all of it. And we certainly don't need him to get in the ring and then we do this. And do you know what I mean? You can understand why people are struggling with Raw. I mean... We're 13 minutes in and we haven't done anything. Jay is staying in the crowd, though. And Jay's giving the microphone to some kids so that they can yeet. I'm tired of hearing you talk, Seth. I'm tired of hearing you talk. Well, do you know what? At least it's preach. Preach. I'm tired of you trying to threaten my family. I tapped out Gunther. Puppy dog, he calls him puppy dog. The puppy dog knows he's messing with a real one, and his name is Jey Uso. Okay, well, I'm glad that he stayed in the crowd, and I'm glad that we didn't do, like, a longer Jey entrance. He thinks he's better than you. He thinks he can beat you right here tonight, says Seth. Yeet. He thinks his family is more important than your family. He thinks your uncle is a moron. I don't remember Jay saying that. I don't remember him saying that he thought his uncle was a moron. Braun is fired up right now. He's trying to jump out the ring. He's trying to get at Jay. Jay is still in the crowds. You want to pull this on us? Seth destroying the Vision's name, said AB. EC dub chants as Heyman speaks. Restaurant said, this is such a waste of TV time. Oh. No disqualifications. No count-outs. Oh, Sandman gets a mention. New Jack getting a mention. Sabu gets a mention. Oh, that's great, isn't it? The late, great Tommy Dreamer. And he says, yeah, I know he's not dead yet, but he should be. Well, that was good. We finally got some good. I wonder if he misspoke. Do you think he misspoke? Or do you think that was something he had planned? So, Extreme Rules. It looks like we might be getting an Extreme Rules match. Well, that bit was good. Heyman going off and talking about some legends from the history of ECW was fantastic. And the announcement that our match tonight is going to be Extreme Rules, brilliant. The intro stuff we did not need. Yeah, well, Good. Okay. We got somewhere. Right. I love the promo about ECW, said Nathan. Yeah, same, bud. Same. The company has a $5 billion deal with Netflix, $1 billion deal with ESPN. Creative can't do anything with either show. Oh, here we go. Look. Asuka, EO. Are we going to dig into that drama now? So here was Asuka, Kyrie. So Roxanne getting a pin on EO, and of course it was a distraction from like Asuka and Kyrie. Asuka snapped, pushed EO. EO looked shocked. Here's EO. She's getting ready for a match. Here's Asuka. Here's Kyrie. EO. I'm sorry about last week. Let us know if you need help tonight. We will always have your back. I need to do this on my own. Okay, here's EO making her way out there. Never down on an EO match. EO Sky making her way out. Yeah, she's great. She is great. When we talk about superstars of the year, I mean, she's got to be in the conversation. She's got to be. So EO is taking on Raquel. That's going to be our first match tonight. So Asuka is apologizing. I think that'll be short-lived. So obviously we're expecting to see her. I don't know if Heyman misspoke. I really don't know. I don't know if the Tommy Dreamer line was a mistake or not. It was funny. Daze, I hope if Naomi is pregnant, then when she comes back, she gets the belt back straight away, but gets it back eventually. It would be a shame to not have her claim it back after a long run. Yeah, well, she'll get opportunity. Obviously, I mean, it's going to depend where we are, what the plans are, and all that stuff. I mean, there's obviously a lot of value in chasing after a belt. So I don't think there's like a mad rush. I think this character is over, and I think this character is going to work, and I think this character is really appreciated. So I think she'll get back in the mix. I don't have much doubt about that. I can't wait to see what Tommy Dreamer says in response to that line. EO's going to get screwed over, said TJF. Restaurant said Kyrie is just such a enthusiastic, giddy, happy person. I don't know how I got here. Is this a new one, or is this new or old, this Bailey one? I want more, but I feel less. I think it's my fault. I can't remember if I've seen this one. This was from last week. Yeah, there was nothing different to last week, was there? Interesting. We don't need more crazy people, said the Cribs. As Tommy Dreamer died, said Opera. No. BG said, is anyone watching on Netflix? You don't get ads. If you rewind the live by 10 seconds, it makes you miss the ads. That's an interesting trick. Loved Omos and Microman at AAA, said John. Daze had a scary situation the other day. My mom could have been in a serious accident whilst driving to work. She arrived at work, parked up, and then the tyre had a massive split in it. Really? Lucky escape. Don't want that blowing out whilst you're driving, do you? So, good. So I'm glad that it was found before anything nasty happened. Richard said, I don't know why Bailey is blaming herself for Bailey has just been unlucky, said Richards. Tommy Dreamer isn't dead, is he? No. Where did you get such a beautiful top? A shop. About 15, 20 years ago. Will we ever see the reveal of the Dark Queen, said Not JPEG. Well, Charlotte. I think there's a good chance that Charlotte does turn to the dark side. Yeah, I could see her attacking Alexa. Okay, bell has sounded. We are underway. And we have got Io and Raquel. So Io working on the arm of Raquel. And slam there by Raquel. Few boos for Raquel. Raquel's like, that's all you've got. Right, Ronnie said, the company has got a lot of money. Creative can do anything. WWE played Carrion and we're supposed to pay £30 a month for a PLE. I don't get it. Well, they obviously are getting a lot of money from ESPN. I mean, Peacock could have matched the offer, but they decided not to. So it's WWE are obviously going to take the most money that they get offered. Io going over the other side, takes the leg away from Raquel. Raquel goes down. Raquel pushing Io against the ropes. Goes for a clothesline. Yeah. Oof. Lovely side slam there by Raquel, who goes for the pin. This match is a bit pointless, said Nico. Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's great to see Io in action. She is one of their better performers, but I do agree this is a bit pointless. Io against the rope, shot coming into the back there by Raquel. Io goes over to the corner. Raquel grabs her, hurls her over the other side. Io goes hard into the other turnbuckle. Becky against Natalya still to come. That Naomi segment still to come. Braun, Jay, we found out that is going to be a no DQ. Extreme Rules match. Triple H has just tweeted that there is no better place than Philly to get extreme. Tonight's main event is set. Shot coming in there by Raquel. Richard said, I've been with you for like 24 months, but it feels like longer. Yeah, probably because Raw has been a bit flat, to be honest. That's probably why it feels longer. These shows don't fly by, do they? She didn't quite land on her feet there. But it's all right. Smile on her face. And she goes again. She lands that one. Drop kick there by Io. Raquel goes down. Kick coming in there by Io. Io trying to get the crowd all fired up. Raquel goes to the outsides. She's going to have to really go some, yeah. Roxanne grabbing the leg of Io. I was quite surprised that Io... Oh, lovely boot. Big boot there by Raquel. Oh, huge. Look at that. What a boot. Edward said, do you think Raquel will be world champ in WWE? At this rate, I think she'll end up getting let go. No, I think she can be champion. I believe in Roxanne. I mean, she's got a good size to her. And she's in Judgment Day. And at the moment, she's just sort of playing second fiddle. But at some point when they want to turn that temperature up, she could turn on Roxanne. She could be a wrecking machine, you know. And they can flip that switch. At the moment, she feels a bit dull. Because she's just like part of a tag team. She's just in a group, part of a tag. But when you pull that trigger and actually have a breakout, that's when you can start to do some really interesting stuff. So I think if I was Raquel right now, my goal is to keep improving my matches, my promos, just keep like learning. Because at some point, I'm sure they're going to pull the trigger and she will break out of Judgment Day. And I just need to be ready for that. I need to be ready with my promos, and I need to be ready with my match quality. But I mean, she's got some good moments. I mean, that boot that she just delivered on Io looked really good. Here, she just barged forward with a shoulder tackle, and Io going down. I like how she's talking during the matches as well. There, Raquel. Like berating her opponent. Coming over, and she's ragdolling Io at the moment. And now she's berating the referee. So, I mean, Raquel, she is putting in work here. There's things that she's doing in this match that she, otherwise might not be doing. But she's trying to engage the crowd. She's trying to go off on the referee. She's trash talking during the matches. She's got some big moves in the matches. I think part of the problem is this match just doesn't matter. There's nothing necessarily at stake here, so it's just a general, passiveness to the match in general. But right now, Raquel is in control as Io gets up to her feet. Big Mig said, I'd love some wrestling to go with my commercials. Yeah, it's always that way. Over in the corner goes Io. Big splash. Back elbow coming in there by Raquel. And again. Some elbows coming in. I'm sure we are going to get Asuka, Kairi coming down, of course. Daze, I hope that B-Fab gets a push soon to Raw in the draft. It's baffling how she was brought back with the Profits. Could maybe be a feud with Naomi. Well, Naomi might not be around, might she? So it might be that if Naomi is about to go, it could be that we have to find somewhere else. There's lots of options, though, because, for example, you could do B-Fab Nikki Cross. Because you could have the Profits feud with the Wyatts, and B-Fab could get into something with Nikki. She could feud with Candice. You could do something there as well. But of course, she could go off and do some stuff on her own also. So, to be honest, I don't know. I don't know what they see in B-Fab in the sense of. She's clearly, in-ring wise, not at the same level as an Io or a Stephanie or a Julia or a Roxanne. I don't even know if she's at the level of a Jada Parker, Sol Ruka. I mean, B-Fab still feels like an NXT talent to me. But they like her. She's on the main roster. We'll just have to see what they can get out of it. Oof. There was a guy in the crowd there, the IRS guy. As soon as Io did the emote, that guy in the crowd was flipping loving it, mate. He was absolutely loving it. He was on his feet like, living his best life. You think you're so hot, says Raquel. EO on the outsides. Yeah, that dude in the crowd was flipping, loving it. Gets caught. Gets caught. Going up, roll through by EO and a stomp. Apparently, Mr. Iguana is going to be on the show tonight. EO going up, perch, looking for the moonsault. Could this be where we get some outside interference? No. Raquel moves out the way. Against the ropes goes Raquel. Bang! Big clothesline. EO goes down. Raquel looking for the cover. 2. Oh, shoulder up. Shoulder up. Look at that. Huge clothesline. EO down. Raquel trying to get back up to her feet. Raquel charging over. EO moves out the way. Roll up. Pin attempt there by EO. Raquel kicks out. There's like a chick in the crowd. Have you seen that chick? There's a sign in the crowd of a chick. So, DDT. Is that the footage of the... Going over against the ropes. Oh, Roxanne goes down. EO getting back in the ring. Going over the other side. Suicide dive. Lands on Raquel. Raquel goes down. Manages to get on her feet, though. Picks up EO. Drives EO. Lawn darts her into that ring post. That's a really good spot by Raquel. Really good spot. She catches EO from the suicide dive. Chucks her on her shoulder. Lawn darts her. And now the Tahana bomb. She's got her up. EO reverses. Ah, so good. EO. Look at this. The crowd are loving it. Charging over. Double knees there by EO. Roxanne has been dealt with. EO is going up. She's perched, looking for the moonsault. Going up and connects. 1, 2, 3. EO wins. EO wins. No outside interference. No Asuka or Kyrie or anything like that. There you can see Roxanne Perez in the background. Roxanne Perez is attacking and beating up on EO. Is this where we're going to get Asuka and Kyrie? Shots coming in. Ah, super kick coming in there by Roxanne. Here's Rhea. Rhea's coming down. So no sign of Asuka, no sign of Kyrie. I'd imagine EO might have a word with them, like, I thought you had my back. And they might be like, yeah, but you told us not to come down. So shots coming in there by Rhea. Rhea should have a new tattoo on her chest. Yeah, there it is. She showed it off on a stream the other day. Big boot there by Rhea. So there we go, Rhea Ripley. Coming down, making the save. And I think there'll be a few words exchanged. Rhea's looking extra bouncy tonight, said the Beach Kevin. Okay, we're backstage with LA Knight. Yeah. There's a light in the distance, isn't there? Looks a bit strange. I'm guessing they've just done that for an effect, maybe? I don't know. It's like someone's got their phone out and turned the torch on. What do you want? Here's CM Punk. Jackie, can you give us a second? Okay. LA Knight go, no, you stay. We need to be on the same page. Okay, so CM Punk saying to LA Knight, like, we need a bit of cohesion because you know what Seth and his goons are going to be like. So it doesn't seem like LA Knight is willing to get onto the same page as CM Punk. CM Punk trying to get onto the same page as LA Knight. Extreme Rules. Pretty fun graphic, that, actually, for Extreme Rules. I think WWE is playing chess with the wrestling business. Imagine they make TNA the second biggest and AAA the third biggest, and we live in a world where AEW is fourth. Well, they're going to struggle with that. I mean, I think AEW is quite comfortable in that second position at the moment. We'll have to see what they can do with TNA and what the future holds there. It's going to be difficult to get TNA to replace AEW, though. That's going to be a hell of a project. New Day are making their way down to the ring then. 40 minutes of Raw has gone already. Taker 1990 said WWE should bring back Suzuki and have him team up with Shinsuke. They could be called the Japanese Connection, says Taker 1990. Alex said, I'm not watching the main event. I've seen enough Braun versus Jay. James said LA Knight is still stumbling over his words a little bit. Okay, so New Day. There's a little flicker there momentarily. But there we go. New Day have made their way down. Grayson Waller is with them. Okay, so we've got Grayson Waller in a black kind of dungarees, and Corey Graves just called them a morning onesie, and Michael Cole was like, what? What? He was like, yeah, that's what it's called, a morning onesie. He's like, well, first of all, they're dungarees. So, here we go. Grayson Waller is talking of morning. Don't you realise it's been 50 days since we had the tag titles stolen from us? You should know what losing feels like, and he has a go at the local team. So we're at commercial break, and right now we got the New Day in the ring, just kind of going off on the crowds. The whole being in mourning gimmick needs to stop. It's so old. They've lost the titles ages ago, said Nico. The Thrifting Graham said, I don't get why Grayson is with New Day. Can someone explain this? No idea. So he was in the tag team A-Town Down Under, and then we just saw him talking to New Day. Then all of a sudden he just said that A-Town Down Under was done, and that Theory was a disgrace and a letdown, and he just started hanging out with New Day. I mean, there was no reason kind of given. It was just that. It was just, we just literally transitioned from him to being in the A-Town Down Under to this. If WWE is putting a show together for the hell of it, what's the point in Triple H bragging about how only we can do it, says Ronnie. I honestly don't know if that's a shot at AEW or something. So Xavier wants the crowd to thank God for the New Day. And there we go. The little promo is over. We should be coming back from commercial break. Phoenix said, why are tag teams doing singles matches while we get random tag matches with single stars? Yeah, it is a frustration. Dun, 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 dun. Right there, just looking back at AAA and the success that was Triple Mania. Triple Mania breaks multiple records, nearly 20,000 in attendance. And yeah, people seem to really enjoy the show. Over 259 million views social. That's huge. That is huge. Demonito. Highest attendance for a Mexican Lucha Libre show this year. The #1 trend in USA and Mexico. Were the matches good, though? I mean, obviously, I've not seen any reviews of the matches. Actually, we can look at that now. I could go on Cage Match. Just have a look, see what's how it got viewed over on Cage Match. Triple Mania. Graves is a ratings juggernaut. Oh, hello, we're backstage with Rhea and Io. Oh, here's Asuka and Kairi. This could be interesting. Io. Rhea, the way she delivered that line was pretty funny. Io has had enough and she storms out. Mate, she flips. Io flips. Stay out of our business, Asuka says as she walks away. Sigh from Kairi. What was that look? I feel like there's so many moments there where you could easily just laugh. They easily could have, like... I wouldn't be shocked if Rhea walked away and was like... Because the way that she was... look at that camera as well, where we've literally just gone from that segment and now we just walk into the arena. It's a bit different, isn't it? So, yeah, the way that she delivered some of those lines, like the infliction in it was a bit weird. The way that Kairi just kind of looked at Rhea as she walked away. It shouldn't be funny, but it was funny. There we go. Good. Io is great, yeah. It was funny. Io is one of the greatest, said Sammy. I love that camera, said Prehistoric. I agree. The way that we saw that interaction and then it just left and went into the arena. Very good. Yeah, we were just talking about Triple Mania, weren't we? And cage match. I mean, there's only 82 responses, so can't get much from it. I don't know how the matches were received, so this is the first time I'm seeing this. So 6.6 for the Battle Royal, 5.7 for the Wagner match, 6.4 for the six-man tag match, 7.3 for the tag match, 5.3 for the women's match. But seems like the main event was really well received. 8.25 for the main event. So it seems like main event was really well received. Overall score, 7.5. 7.5 for the overall score. So, yeah, seems like, well, I know it was very well received. Everyone that hit me up on it was full of praise. Nathan said, I loved UFC and Triple Mania this weekend. Daze, EO getting flustered is a talking point. Could be. Yeah, it could be. I think that whole segment was a talking point. But Penta has made his way down. I loved Paulie's ECW promo, said Prince Bowie. Okay, let's get the score down, shall we, for this? So you lot were not blown away by that opening match, but you certainly appreciated it. You've given it good 97. Now we've got Penta and Xavier. There we go. There's not loads to this, is there? I think, hasn't it just been some sort of backstage, like, squabbles? New Day suck is the chant by the crowds. Okay, so Corey said, from now on, I'd like you to refer to me as Corey Greaves whilst the New Day is out here. And Michael Cole went, where's mine? As if, like, where's my grieving name? And you could tell that Corey was like, what rhymes with Cole? And he couldn't think of anything, so he had to go, oh, he's biting him there. And it just had to very quickly change the subject. I thought Corey Greaves was very good, actually, but that was dirty by Michael to go, okay, we'll do mine now. And he was like, give me the money, zero dinero. So there we go. We are back at commercial break. Yay! Commercial. Okay, we're at commercial break then. Has there been any We Want Cross chants? No. I've seen a couple of signs. We had couple of signs, didn't we, on Friday? But I've not had any chants. But then saying that, I didn't hear any flipping chants on Friday. But to be honest, when I got sent the clips, you could barely hear them anyway. So, certainly what we've not been hearing is, like, thunderous, loud, We Want Cross, like, you know, the whole audience, like, demanding it. I don't know if Europe will be a bit noisier, but, yeah. Sonny said, would anyone like to read a thriller-type novel? There you go. Hit up Sonny if you'd like to read a thriller. Bean said, what's with Wood's booty shorts? Yeah, a little different. Yeah, they've changed the gear, haven't they, because of him being like a heel. I think he's just trying to show off his physique a little bit more and be a bit more self-centered. But, yeah, these are like black, dark with thank God written on the back of them. These two are just exchanging chops at the moment. Sinister said WWE can't re-sign everyone. Maybe he should try his luck in AEW. Days, when does the European tour begin? I forgot. Oh, well, it's starting soon. I mean, I believe it starts this week. I think the next SmackDown is in Europe. I think, are we in Ireland? So, yeah, it starts this week. This is the last American show for a few weeks. Do you think WWE needs a refresh like drafts? Yes, I think we do need a bit of a refresh, definitely. Maybe get some new AAA talent. I don't know that we need AAA talent. But I think we could bring up some NXT talent, move some people around. AAA talent is all right to bring in like once in a while, but I feel like we've already got enough luchas on the roster. I really don't think we're struggling for like Mexican wrestlers. You know, you've got Penta and Andrade and LWO and Phoenix and Dragon Lee, and I mean, it's flipping loads. So I don't really feel like we need to more. Struck there by Xavier. Nico said, I'm not watching, I'm just making dinner. Thank God I got the stream to just keep me posted at least. Well, we've just been at commercial break, bud, so you've not missed anything. You've not missed anything. Crowd are not really feeling too invested in this one at the moment. But you can sort of understand that because it's all a bit flat, isn't it? I mean, like, there's not really too much to get invested in. I can see Grayson on the outside just having a few words with the crowds. The show is a bit slow tonight. It's always one of those days, said Sinister. And Raw has been that way as well, yes. This Raw is a bit boring, said Stephen. Nico said a draft would be nice. Marshman said, did WWE Creative go on strike? Honestly, Raw has been this way, hasn't it? I mean, I feel like we say the same thing each week. This is just where we are with Raw. I am going to turn Raw off my screen until this match finishes, says Crazy Ginger. I just can't watch this. Crazy Ginger, shout out to you, my friends. Mayor Pete said drafts are pointless. Steve said when Triple H comes into creative, he had some new ideas and new ways of presenting the product. It seems that fresh and new, as well as having good stories, and it's like autopilot now. Woods is looking juiced up. I commend the cheeks, said Beans. Nice. Agam Cohen, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the gifted membership, and Nico has capitalized on that, benefited from that as Penta goes for the pin. Kick out there by Woods. Again, still quite slow. Crowd are all seated. Penta looking to the ref, wondering why that was only a 2. Agam Cohen, shout out to you with 5 Wrestling Daze memberships. Got a few more people benefiting this time, so appreciate it, my friends. I hope people are saying thank you. Ronnie said, I think Abyss and Finley are producing. Remember, Triple H and Steph are on vacation, says Ronnie. Cover there by Xavier, but no joy at the moment. Kick out, Penta. 2 count. Yeah, Corey just saying that fantastic core strength of Xavier. Xavier trying to go over. Do you know, this feels like we're at commercial break. The action is quite slow at the moment. This is the kind of thing you get during commercial. Agam Cohen again. Wow. Look at this. Another one. Oh my God. We got DJ Khaled in the chat. Another one. Another one. Another one. There we go. We got, wow, another 5 actually. Really appreciate the support, my friends. And more people benefiting. We have got a member stream tomorrow. We do 3 a week. Member stream tomorrow. Member stream on Wednesday. As we've got a cover and foot on the rope. Foot on the rope there by Kofi. And another one. Another one. Another one. Agam Cohen. Appreciate it, my friend. Thank you. Thank God for NXT and Evolve there. The best show. And another one. Do you know what? This is the most interesting thing that's happening at the moment. Oh, little roll up there by Xavier. Ah, just gets a 2. Just gets a 2. Penta with a super kick. Xavier goes down. And Penta coming in looking for that Mexican Destroyer. Gets it. Mexican Destroyer. 1, 2, 3. And he gets the win as well. Well, that match sucked. Joe, shout out to you, my friends. Everyone's at it. So, match has ended. Get in your thoughts on that. I felt really slow. Felt really slow. Curtis said everyone's going to be a member at this rate. Yeah, Joe, really appreciate it, dudes. Here's Agam again. You have to make sure that you've got your gifting thing turned on, don't you? I don't know where you go for it, but you have to have your gifting thing turned on. Zero, miedo, and then you become like eligible. I don't know where you go for getting that turned on though. Corey Graves is he's got a New Day morning shirt. Look out, Las Vegas. Worlds collide on the way. Okay, Dominic and Judgment Day coming up now. Agam Cohen, thank you, my friend. You don't have to keep super chatting, buds. I really appreciate the support. As I said, I think the gifted membership's one of the nicest things you can do, like to allow people the opportunity to experience that members' sides. I mean, we do 3 streams a week. And it's been great to see some new faces over on that side as well. So if you're around, come and join us tomorrow. We'll be live. Joe said I summoned my inner King Yeti. Yes. Very much so. They're just showing Triple Mania and what went down with Dominic and AJ and the El Grandes. Vikingo picking up the win. He was getting booed bad, Vikingo. Here's Dominic. Having a few words for AJ. Here's Ray. So there we go, Dirty Dom, just having a few words with his dad. So, the match is made. Vikingo, Dominic, it is made. Worlds Collides, Friday, September 12th. Let's go. I still don't know anyone's flipping music. It's Judgment Day. Vikings Wolf said, is it me or has the Triple H era been a bit dull compared to when Vince ran the company? Despite his bias to wrestler, it did have a lot of great moments. Well, I think it's hard to compare, isn't it? Because you've got, what, 2 years of Triple H and, or 2.5 years of Triple H, and you've got 83, was it, to about 2022? I mean, you're comparing nearly 40 years to 2-3 years. So there was plenty about the Vince era that sucked. Let's not forget things like Katie Vick, yeah? But I think the honeymoon period's over for Triple H. I think we can say that. Mr. Iguana on the show. He's going to be with Dragon Lee. There's no way they would give Naomi a custom belt before vacating. Right, said Joshua. Well, Joshua, a custom belt would take a little bit of time to design and manufacture. If this pregnancy thing was like, you know, they found out last week, that custom belt could already have been in the works. So I don't know how much you can read into it, to be honest. Okay, Judgment Day made their way down, and they're going to be taking on Dragon Lee and Mr. Iguana. I'm sure there's going to be some Mr. Iguana fun. What did Judgment Day ever do to deserve a theme song like this, said Creative Humor? Ah, that's interesting. So WrestleVotes are saying that the article that features on this t-shirt, right, it is actual writing, they are actual words. Fun fact, Kofi and Xavier personally wrote the article that is on this shirt. That's interesting, isn't it? Okay, here's Dragon Lee making his way down. Dragon and Iguana versus Judgment Day. Here's Dragon Lee. I saw his entrance. It was really, really good, right? But I did think that his little wings looked stupid. I don't know if you saw the Dragon Lee entrance, right? But Dragon Lee came out and there was like this big dragon. There was this big entrance for him at Triple Mania. And there was this big, you know, like in a Chinese kind of celebration, you've got like the big dragon and people holding it up with sticks. Takes like several people because it's that big. And there was like this kid and he had this thing. There was all this kind of razzmatazz. And then Dragon Lee came out, right? And he had like these wings on, but the wings were really small. And he kind of stood there looking amazing. And these little wings in the background went, yeah. And I was like, really? This massive entrance? And then he comes out and his little wings are like, it's like it's like he's only just learned how to like get wings. It's like they're still developing. They weren't big and impressive like what Lyra's are. Instead, Dragon Lee's were like these little things. It's like, nah. I looked at him and I was like, nah. One day you'll get bigger wings and you'll learn to fly. That did make me smile when I was looking at clips. Right, Mr. Iguana making his way down to the ring. We'll be underway with this. Is that Birmingham? It's Birmingham. Yeah, mate. Is it? It's not there though. They've just shown you Birmingham, right? Or part of Birmingham. And they've just shown you the part of the NIA, the indoor arena, but it's actually not at that venue. Do you know why? It's because if they show you the NEC, it sucks. It's in the middle of nowhere. It's just a conference kind of centre. It's not very picturesque. So they've just shown you a completely different part of Birmingham that looks a lot nicer. I tell you what, they did well to find a nice part of Birmingham. I bet that was someone's job, to sit there for hours on end just constantly trying to find, like, there must be some part of Birmingham we can show. There must be something. They did very well. They did very well. Right, we are underway then. Dragon Lee and Mr. Iguana against the Judgment Day. So there we go. Next week. Next week is the Birmingham Raw. Oh, that room, mate. That room. It's where I went to my very first house show. WWF house show. It's where I saw my first ever concert. It's going to be special. Okay, we are underway with this tag match. Let's get rid of this poll so that it's not too confusing. 60, 15, 9, 14. Oh, yeah, it wasn't very well received. Good 86. Good 86. Dragon Screw by Dragon Lee. Do you think when Dragon Lee makes love, right? I wonder if Demonito is going to make an appearance, says Jordan. I don't think we've seen Demonito, have we, tonight? We've not had like a Judgment Day clubhouse. I thought Demonito would be in the clubhouse. Dragon Lee going over into the corner. Don't say it, said TJF. Don't say it. The Iguana is the most interesting person on the show so far, said Kevin. Ben said, I thought you was from Telford's. No, I live close to Telford now. My family are from Birmingham. Both my parents were born in Birmingham. It's just that when they got married, they moved to a little town about 20 minutes away from Birmingham. And that's where I was born and raised. Kick coming in there by Finn. Suplex. Okay, kick out there by Mr. Iguana. So... do they do that? Mr. Iguana's like trying to crawl his way over to the corner, and every time like he's being pinned, he does like this like dead iguana sort of pose. And Michael Cole's like, do iguanas do that? Corey Graves is like, well, this one does. Dirty Dom chance breakout. Dirty Dom chance breakout. Here we go. It's all happening. Dirty, dirty, they love that chant in America now, don't they? Dirty, dirty Dom. Dirty, dirty Dom. Okay, Mr. Iguana and Dragon Lee to the outside. There we go, and that'll take us to commercial break. Right, Ronnie said, do we think that you'll have time to see the arena before Raw early enough, maybe catch some vibes? Would I have time? No. To get to Birmingham from here, well, to be honest, to get to the arena from here, yeah, I mean, it's a good few hours. It's a good few hours from where I am. So, sadly not. It's, when did I last go there? I went there for a toy fair earlier this year. They were doing like a toy fair. It's a big exhibition area, the NEC. Loads of halls. I wonder if I can just find like a an image. There we go. So this is kind of, you know, all these halls. And then there is, so that's kind of the NEC. You can see it's just like this big conference center in the middle of nowhere. The airport is just over the road, though. So the airport's really, really close. But you've just got all these halls where they do, like, you know, all these different exhibitions and whatnot. But there is also an arena there. It's actually, that's what it's like inside the halls. It's like conference center place. But they don't do wrestling in these areas. It's just loads of exhibition spaces. But there is an arena, which don't know if we can find any good pictures inside the arena. Well, you get the vibe. You know what a flipping arena looks like. I think that's what it looks like from the outside. It's not very nice. It's not very picturesque from the outside. But, yeah, it's just all this big conference area. I mean, certainly not like the O2 Arena or some of the beautiful arenas that you have in America. This is more just built for function, really. It's like, you know, I don't think they built this thing thinking people were going to, like, show the outside of it very much. But it can hold an all right amount of people. It can easily hold over 10,000 in there. Actually don't know the... Oh, apparently 15,000, knocking on the door to 16,000. So, you know, it can hold a decent amount. Certainly, you know, it's going to feel like a normal Raw, to be honest with you. Okay, we are still underway with this. And are we at commercial break? Because this is dull and it's slow again. Yes, we are. In fact, we're just coming back from commercial break. Okay, right now we got Mr. Iguana over in the corner. Joe said, I hope people enjoy these. Days is the best. Joe, thank you, my friends. Really appreciate it. And Jared said, with how bad Raw has been these past few weeks, I'm glad I didn't get a ticket for next week. Well, that's true. Oh, lovely. Poison Rama by JD. Dragon Lee. Ah, huge power bomb. Dragon Lee with a massive power bomb. Right now, trying to get over, trying to make the tag. Iguana chants breaking out. Iguana chants breaking out. Iguana tag mates. Ah, now they put that. Surely that's a weapon. Yaeska. Yaeska is an extension of Mr. Iguana's physical being, apparently. So he just whipped him with the puppet, and they're like, "Nah, it's fine." Corey Graves said, "You don't need to say anything, just watch and enjoy." Kick coming in there by Dragon Lee. Dragon Lee is in, and he grabs Finn Balor. Balor reverses, though. Plants Dragon Lee. 1, 2. And Mr. Iguana makes the save. So Mr. Iguana in, making the save. In comes JD. Mr. Iguana goes to the outsides. McDonough with a springboard. Yeah, springboard moonsault. 1, 2. No joy. Kick coming into the midsection. Dragon Lee going back against the ropes. Sling blades. Sling blades. Here's Balor coming in. Super kick there. Give me the demon puppet, said Nathan. This show is boring, said Victoria. There is just a lot of matches that don't really matter. I mean, this one's really relying on your interest in Mr. Iguana. 1, 2, 3. Finn Balor gets the win. Finn Balor gets the win. Let's get match scores. Okay, so Judgment Day. Iguana Man. Michael Cole called him Iguana Man. Na 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 Iguana Man. Okay, they're beating up on Mr. Iguana and Dragon Lee. Is someone going to come and make the save, are they? Okay, Dominic is stripping the table. Oh, there's Vikingo. Drop kick there. Vikingo. Down goes Dominic. You boos for Vikingo. Vikingo is here. Finn Balor goes down. Imagine Finn Balor against Vikingo one-on-one. We're not going to get that. We're getting Dominic Vikingo instead. Lovely drop kick there by Vikingo. Vikingo charging in. Double knees there to JD. And Dominic from behind. Vikingo goes down. There's a lot of luchadors around in there. A lot of Mexican wrestlers in at the moment. Dirty Dom with a big splash. Lands on Vikingo. Oh, there's Dirty Dom holding up that championship. Now, we've got to be getting over to the Naomi segment. We've got to be getting over to that. 10 o'clock on the East Coast for Worlds Collides. Friday, September 12th. Right. I swear, sometimes I just want to watch 2020, 2021 streams, says Austin. It is a bit slow. There's not much to get your teeth into. Oh, it looks like we might be going to the Becky Natalya match now. Becky Natalya laying out Natalya. Okay, we're backstage with Becky. Natalya attacked me last week. Natalya came at me very strong, very aggressively a few weeks ago. So Becky said, I beat Maxine. I brought a fire out in Maxine. And I was just giving her a pep talk afterwards. She doesn't belong in my division. And tonight I'll prove. Welcome back to the big time, Natalya. There's a hat with some blooming dangling, I don't know what they are. Looks like a chandelier. So Natalya is certainly not bringing Natty to the ring by the looks of it. So that's going to be our next match. Everyone just waiting for this Naomi news. Okay, Byron Saxton is just having a word. Logan Paul and John Cena. Oh, video package. Right, video package. So Byron introduces, that's a bit strange, a video package during commercial break. Right, that guy Matt said, I'm waiting for a few batteries to be thrown from the fans at some point with this show tonight. If she's pregnant, I believe they would have kicked off the show, said Word of Wrestling. Otis was present at the Mexican show, said Lone Star Friend. Karina said, do you think CMLL stars are coming to WWE? No, because they've got an agreement with AEW, so no. Han said, Daze, it's baffling how Raw got Seth Punk, Knight, Penta, New Day, but Raw has still been bland. I think there needs to be a draft in the booking teams. Pritchard to AAA. Well, I don't think Pritchard can take the blame, can he? I mean, I think that Triple H is the one that gets the final say, and this show was locked in weeks ago. So even if Triple H is on holiday, this is still a show that they will have had in the books and planned like weeks in advance. So, I don't know. I mean, like, I can't explain to you why the Raw show is not being more adventurous, why it's not being more exciting, why it's not being more creative. I can't explain that. The only thing I would say is that, you know, last year they were obviously looking for people to purchase Raw, and they were trying to sell the shows. And one of the talking points last year was how NXT was kind of doing a lot of main roster feuds. Like, we were bringing a lot of main roster stars down, and we were hotshotting the shows, and it really did feel like we were doing that because we were trying to sell NXT somewhere. And there was a big talking point around that about, like, well, what's it going to be like when it actually gets bought? Is it all just going to settle back down again? And actually, what's been amazing is that NXT was purchased by CW Network, and it's just continued to be a great show. I mean, we're still bringing in people like Nia Jax, you know, and we're still obviously doing stuff and exploring things with TNA, and it's still a really good show. But actually, if you look at what's happened to Raw since it went to Netflix, I mean, I don't think it's unfair to say that the effort that has been put into Raw really feels like it's diminished. It really feels like last year we were working and trying, and as soon as Netflix purchased it, and we've kind of this year just, you know, put Raw on Netflix, it's bonkers to me. It's crazy to me. I sort of feel like if Triple H was here right now, and you was to speak to him, and you was to say, like, why is Raw so flat? I think he would defend it. I really think he would sit here and be like, I don't know what you mean, Raw's flat. Every week we've got these massive names on the show. Every week you can see how excited the live crowds are. You know, we get our feedback from the live crowds, and there's nothing from the live crowds that says that this is a boring product, that says that they're not engaged. So, you know, I welcome your opinions, but your opinions are just opinions amongst many opinions. And the numbers that we're receiving are saying that we're doing a good job. I would expect Triple H to say something like that. Oh, she's hearing voices. She was a double champ. Bayley does straps. How was WrestleMania? How was SummerSlam? This is that devil on the shoulder, isn't it? It's really interesting. It's really good. I don't know what... How about a hug? How about a hug? Well, she certainly ain't going back to the hugger gimmick. But what an amazing last line. How about a hug? Wow. It's so great seeing some like serious character development coming in there for... some serious character development coming in for Bayley. She is struggling. How about a hug? Low-key legend Natalya making way down. That was good, wasn't it? I like that. On a show where we've not had much. That was good. It's like a chandelier, 44 double D, said Eric. It is certainly not natty. Can Natalya succeed where Maxine fell short? Right, here comes Becky. I like this music for Becky. I think it's good. Is she wearing a new shirt? Because she's got some new shirts. No. Tell you what, though, they're really presenting her as a big deal, aren't they? They're really presenting her as a big deal. I like this music. It might be because it's not Def Rebel. Wrestling in theaters with this controversial storyline that Bayley is now a part of. Are there other storylines not off limits? Is this controversial? She's just hearing voices. She's just sort of her dark side is kind of summoning her. I think we've seen lots of people kind of listen to their dark sides. Right, here we go then. We're about to get underway. Let's get rid of this poll, shall we? Now, once we're done with this, surely then we're going to get to Naomi. Unless Naomi is going to be the final thing we get tonight. Good 90 for that last match. God, we are in such desperate need for a good match. Like a really good match. I think Becky should have a weekly IC Open challenge. Well, it would be great, but also, like, because of her being a heel, I don't think she wants to give out opportunity. So that would be the reason why they wouldn't do it, to be honest, is because she's really about keeping that belt as long as she can. Becky Lynch getting her intro. Championship being held up. We got just under an hour to go, but we do still have that Naomi segment. Please be a good match. We need a good match. In all fairness, the main event might be really good. Bron Breakker against Jay with an Extreme Rules kind of stipulation. That could work. Oh my God. Natalya has not won a singles championship in 8 years, apparently. Roll up there by Natalya. Natalya coming over, taking it to Becky. It's a big opportunity, this, for Natalya, but I don't think anyone's expecting Natalya to get the job done here. Boot coming in there by Becky. Becky goes down, face first. I just hope whatever Natalya's got, she just... Everything. Give everything. Gets caught. No joy. Looking for a manhandle slam. Lovely little suplex there by Natalya. Becky goes to the outside. Natalya goes under that bottom rope. Baseball slide. Throw in. Becky back in the ring. She misses. Kick coming in there by Becky. I wonder how long they've given her to work with. To the outside. Oh, could you imagine? Knowing Natalya, she might have like busted her shoulder or something there. She's grabbing her shoulder as she went into the ring post. She's holding onto her arm. Mate, could you imagine if she's just done herself some damage? Could you imagine? So she's sat up over by the barricades. But Becky has just grabbed Natalya, so it looks like we're okay. So Natalya kind of grabbing a hold of her arm there, but Becky coming straight down and going after Natalya. Ring steps. Tozawa backing away. Still no Otis out there with these guys, you know. There's Maxine being useless. Becky going over to Maxine going, what you going to do about it? You'll do nothing. You'll do nothing. And Maxine's like, yeah. Shot coming in there by Natalya. He was an entrant in AAA, said Metal Mama. He was great to watch. Yeah, but surprising that he's not in with these guys. If he came back at AAA, you'd expect him to be back with the Alpha Academy. Becky working on the arm of Natalya. Days last year, Raw had all the Nightbird glitching and the Wyatt 6 premiering, which was exciting. But they went over to SmackDown. So now Raw is lame, said Tracy. Well, to be honest, I mean, I don't think the Wyatt 6 were kind of bringing much of that once they had debuted. There was a few little moments, but a lot of the glitching and QR codes and stuff was done when Nightbird was done. I certainly don't think that's the reason why Raw's gone flat. I think that that was obviously a positive for Raw last year, Nightbirds and all of that, but I think the problems for Raw go a lot deeper than just missing the Wyatt 6. It's kind of, in many ways, all down the card, really. I mean, I think the Women's Championship has been pretty good. Obviously, we've kind of faffed around with Jay and Gunther at the top end of the card, and now we've put the belt on Seth. Seth's group feels very undercooked. A lot of work to be done with Seth's group. And, you know, we kind of start the show with them, and you just get another kind of intro segment with Paul Heyman kind of introducing all the members again. I mean, like, for the first 10 minutes of the show, you're like, Jesus. And the start is so important. I always find that if you have a really good start, it grabs you and it draws you in, you know, and you're like, oh my God, let's go. If there's like a really good start. I mean, I like the announcement of the Extreme Rules match, so it wasn't a complete loss, but we did have to go through a load of nothingness to get to that announcement. And then, you know, they follow it up with EO match. I'm going to say was good, right? You lot said it was good 97, so okay, we're doing all right. And then it's just died to death, innit? Penta Xavier, you lot said good 86. The tag match with Judgment Day, good 90. And now here we are with this match. So hopefully this can, turn things around. Of course, we got the Naomi segment coming up, and we do still have the Extreme Rules main event match. So there's a couple of things coming up that I think could really save the show, if you will. But, yeah, at the moment, Raw probably not getting a great score from many of you. Shoulder up there by Becky. Right now, we seem to have Natalya in some sort of triangle. Yeah, right now still in a triangle at the moment, but Natalya trying to find a way out of this. She's picking up Becky. Slams her down. That was good. This is for the Women's Intercontinental Championship, and Natalya still grabbing a hold of the arm. She's struggling. Dig deep, Natty. Becky getting up to her feet, and Natalya with a back elbow there. Kick coming into the midsection. Duck underneath there by Natalya. Grabbing Becky, taking her over. Natalya goes back. Coming over, kick coming in, down goes Becky. Natalya looking for a sharpshooter. Trying to step through, but Becky trying to find a way out, and a little bit messy there. Nice discus clothesline, really good there by Natalya. That was nice. Big Mig said 2.5 hours of Raw, 1 hour of wrestling, 1 hour of adverts, and half an hour of intros. Yeah. I mean, actual wrestling is just part of it, isn't it? Obviously, promos and things like that, that plays a big part in character development. So I don't think anyone's expecting 2 hours of wrestling or something like that. I think, to be honest with you, I don't think the amount of wrestling is so much the problem. I think it's the quality of the matches that we get. I mean, getting, this is match number 4 in 1 hour and 40 minutes. That's, okay. But I think the matches just need to be better. Getting a good 86% and a good 90%, it's just not good enough. Pulling back on the arm there of Natalya, and again, Natalya on the edge of the ring. Trying to roll Natalya in the ring, looking for the disarmer. Disarmer is in. Natalya is feeling it. Maxine on the outside. You can see her in the shot. And she taps. Natalya taps. Mate, that just feels a bit of a nothing match as well. Wasn't really much in the way of drama or anything here. Now we got Maxine getting in, trying to help out Natalya. Okay, we got a real tight shot on Maxine and Natalya. And now we got a disarmer being applied to Maxine. Oh, here's Nikki Bella. Nikki Bella comes running down to make the save. Nikki going after Becky. I'd forgot about this. I thought Becky had already kind of verbally killed Nikki with that amazing line a few weeks ago. Nikki, though. Rack attack. Rack attack. Nikki Bella with a rack attack to Becky Lynch. Respect. Bailey says ding dong and then is laughing online. So Bailey continuing to tease her turn. Nikki, though, coming down and providing a talking point. Yeah, okay, now we're having a look at this. Sheamus. So he's talking about Rusev. Here's Rusev. So Sheamus and Rusev. Donnybrook match. So Adam Pearce has said it's going to be a Donnybrook match. Corey said he was just around the corner. He was just around the corner. Yeah, Adam Pearce is always freaking out each week. Sheamus Rusev again. Yes. Donnybrook, though. I find Rusev to not be the most interesting guy, especially with his work back in AEW, said Han. R-Dub-B said, you know this Raw is a dud when Nikki Bella's getting the biggest pop of the night. Opala said, split personality, it's a disease that many deal with. I would personally say it's controversial. Okay. Swifty said, I blame people. I don't know how to score 65% good okay is insane. That's why Triple H would say we're doing a good job. What's this? Is this how Naomi's going to talk to us? Some news? This feels like pregnancy, doesn't it? It's pregnancy, innit? It's gotta be. So they did a she did a podcast with Stephanie, and she said she was really inspired to like start a family because of Becky and everything. And it seems like she's gone back and done another episode with Stephanie. So I'd imagine we're just going to get like the news, but then I'm guessing the details might be on that Stephanie podcast. Okay, we got the TNA champ in the house. I really thought we were about to find out that way, and I was like, but I thought she was on the show, like backstage and everything. Okay, Trick Williams is just saying a few words. I'm going to listen to what he's saying. If there's one word that describes Javon, it's bouncy. This boy is bouncy. So he's going off on Javon. Here's Javon. Javon's here. I'll see you tomorrow. I ain't here to share no spotlight. I don't know why. Javon's looking a bit bigger. Oh, yeah, we're in Philadelphia tomorrow for NXT, aren't we? Right. So I didn't even see that, but apparently the Naomi episode with Stephanie is going to drop straight after Raw. So it's going to drop straight after Raw. Available tonight after Raw on the YouTube channel is going to be this sit-down interview with Naomi and Big Jim. Okay. Okay, we're backstage with Jay. Against the Paw Patrol. CM Punk goes up to Jay, is like, you got a big match tonight against the Paw Patrol or the Vision or whatever they want to call themselves. Once we get to Paris, it's every man for themselves. Okay, well, there we go. He's trying to reach out to people, and people are just not having it. People are not having it. Bum, 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 bum. Right. Adam Pearce is in the ring. He's going to bring out Naomi. Why does WWE keep saying the Stephanie podcast comes out after Raw when the podcast is already out? Well, I think there's a new one that comes out tonight, which is going to give more information on what Naomi's about to tell us. Oh, yeah, she's changed her outfit. And she's coming out with that custom belt, which she's about to give up, I think. Daryl said they should be called Paw Patrol. They should be called Paw Patrol. Hey, look, there's a fan in the crowds, all dressed up when proceed with caution. The floor is yours. Probably bittersweet, isn't it, to be honest? Probably bittersweet. She's getting emotional. Naomi has to turn away as I think the emotion is really starting to hit. Crowd are chanting her name. And everyone is expecting this to be the pregnancy confirmation. Just look at the Tron for me. So they're going to play the rest of that clip. There is a baby on board. There we go. Big Jim saying there is a baby on board. We need y'all to proceed with caution. There we go. I'm so pleased for them. I'm pregnant and I'm having a baby, says Naomi. So they play that clip in the arena. Naomi has got tears running down her face. And the crowd are applauding, of course. We are so happy for you. Congratulations. Oh, what's that little dirty look? It's not my first time relinquishing a title. What? She ain't giving it up? Get the hell out of my face! Get to step it! Oh my god, she's going off! Yeah, oh, this is so good. She's getting the crowd to do the na-na-na-na song as Adam Pearce is walking away. She ain't giving anything up. Well, I mean, we have got a problem. Okay, so what we got? Big announcement. Really pleased for her. But you might need to give the belt up, kid. You should be thanking one person. Big Jim. You should be thanking one person. All them women in the locker room. Look at her. She's like, yeah. Yeah. They should be thanking Big Jim. I was going to walk y'all like a dog. I'm so pleased for her. He liked the Netflix and chill. Yeah, he does. Yeah, he does. You deserve it is the chant. He liked the Netflix and chill. Yeah, look, you can tell she's like really emotional, like genuinely emotional. She keeps having to like turn away. This. God, the bloodline continues, baby. The bloodline continues. OTC chance now. Yeah. She's going to give birth to an OTC. Oh my God, love that for her. Here's what I'm going to do. Right, let's find out. I'm going to lay my custom title down, she says. Baby Uso is the chant. Baby Uso is the chant. That custom belt is being left in the ring. Naomi is staring at it. I'm going to leave my title here. You've got 9 months and some change. Mate, she's going to come back such a big star. I'm coming back to pick up where I left off. There we go. The announcement is made. I mean, it's not the most shocking thing in the world because, of course, we was expecting it. I think the way they did it was really sports entertaining. Can't wait for the 2027 return, said Big Oz. I used to work there. That's Selfridges, the weird-looking building, but actually that's the shopping centre in the town centre, and I used to work in one of the shops in that. It's called the Bull Ring. Let's go. We're going home. We're going home. Not their home, my home. It's going to be a lot of fun next week. I feel like the eyes of the world were on Birmingham recently. Obviously, Ozzy Osbourne passing away. He was from Birmingham. His funeral was, and that kind of procession, that was all in Birmingham. In fact, the bit where they stopped to leave flowers and everything for Ozzy, that was right next to the area that they showed you earlier. Okay, SmackDown is going to be in Dublin, Ireland, and next Monday we are going to have Raw in Birmingham. It's all happening. Okay, we've got half an hour left to go, and it is going to be obviously our main event, our Extreme Rules. Our Extreme Rules match coming up. Where are the carrion chants? There's a couple of signs. But don't know. It feels like it's sort of not quite got going, hasn't it? To be honest. Nikki Bella is being interviewed by Byron Saxton. There's a fellow Brummie here, said Zulu. Zulu, shout out to you, my friends. Shout out to you. WWE head into Birmingham next week. Head into the NEC. Jared said next week is our go-home show. It is indeed, but I'm so excited for next week. I'm so excited to see how it looks on TV and what the crowd are going to be like, and I think the crowd will be pretty good. I don't think there'll be any sort of rival to France or anything like that, but I think they'll make noise. I think there'll be a good crowd. James said, sorry for being a Brummie. That is really unfortunate. That's all right, mate. That's all right. Don't worry about it. Oh, hello. Nikki, just talking about the Philadelphia Eagles. They're in the house. They've got the trophy. I don't think that's the real one, is it? Is it?
But you know, Becky, I want to let you know I will be in Birmingham next Monday.
I will be in Birmingham. Oh my God, guys, if you're going to Raw, you're going to see Nikki Bella. Nikki Bella's too nice for a place like Birmingham, to be honest. She's showing off her Hall of Fame ring, and then we cut to a Philadelphia Eagles Super Bowl ring. Birmingham. Yes. Mayor Pete said, you should go, Boomer. Nah, we're streaming it. Han said, in my opinion, years of seeing Naomi, that was the most entertaining segment of the night. It was a huge announcement, wasn't it? Huge announcement. Da-na-na-na-na. Some really Baby Uso chants. Okay, we should be going back. How long we got? About 20 odd minutes left, that's all. That is the real Lombardi trophy. Is it really? Blimey now. I would have thought they wouldn't have run the risk. Should be a lot of reaction to the Naomi news, of course. Yeah, that podcast drops immediately. Dominic's talking to El Grande. El Grande's got a cape. Oh, El Grande needs a cape. I'm just making sure Judgment Day always stays on top. Well, there we go. El Grande with a bit of a cape. Interesting. Right, main event time. Do we think Nikki beats Becky for the title? Suppose she could. I'm leaning more Becky retaining, but I think she's got a good chance. I go down like this. John Cena is going to be in Dublin on Friday. ECW, yeah, he's come out with a trolley and it's got loads of weapons in there. Main event, Jey Uso. AB WWE fan said, who do we think is next in line for the women's title? Rhea, Stephanie, Io. I think Rhea's had enough shots. I mean, I think they do. I don't think they've said anything, but Stephanie, Io, I could see them doing that match for the title. Rhea obviously is going to be sniffing around. Lyra might be sniffing around because, I mean, Lyra can't go after the mid-card belt, can she? So it might be that they're looking at kind of moving her up now. Okay, Jey has made his way out. We're just waiting now for Braun to come down. He's brought a toolbox, said Beans. Jacob said, day one, it's just me, Oos, line them up. El Grande was so over at Triple Mania. Ludwig has really found his calling. Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it, how over that character is? Bailey says, thank you, Big Jim, and is laughing. So Bailey is enjoying the news. Here is Braun making his way down to the ring with Paul Heyman. So main event time. Braun versus Jey Uso. I hope this is a good match. We really need this to be good. I do feel like that Naomi segment has really helped, though. No pizza cutters. Yeah, no pizza cutters, please. Daze, it's insane how Ludwig speaks better Spanish than Roxanne, and that is fact, says Han. We're going to end with the same type of style as the last few weeks, said Word of Wrestling. Look at Becky's tweets. Oh, I don't know that I've seen a Becky tweet yet. How irresponsible getting pregnant as champion. Very good. Very good. Right, belt has sounded. So Stephanie against whoever, Battle Royal winner at Clash. Well, I don't know. I don't think they've announced, have they? I didn't hear them announce. Shots coming in by Jey. Right now we got Jey going down. Bron Breakker in control. He's got Jey in the corner. Bronson Reed is like buying a tough guy on Temu, said Alan. Let's go, Unk Oos, said Brandon. Jay has got Bron against the ropes, clothesline. Bron goes, oh, mate, to the outside, lands on that trolley of weapons. The trolley goes over. Oh, I don't think he meant to land on that. I'm not sure he meant to land on that. Going over the top and landing on that's probably moody, mate. He clotheslined him and like, oh. But he had to know that it was behind him, didn't he? He had to know that it was behind him. Bron is down on the outsides. I'm really, really surprised that he did that. I'm really surprised that he got clotheslined. Right now we got Jay setting up the table. Bron Breakker just having a word with Paul Heyman. I'm just looking to see what the communication is at the moment. Bron Breakker goes down. I suppose in a way it's a really good equalizer. It's a really good way of actually leveling this out because, I don't know, I sort of feel like Bron Breakker has got the advantage against Jay. Against the ropes. Through the ropes goes Jay. And they're down on the outsides. Damn, said unknown player. Yeah, hell of a spot. Hell of a spot. So, commercial break. Work or shoot, said prehistoric. What, for the trolley thing? I genuinely don't know. I mean, part of me thinks if you're a wrestler and you're against the ropes and you're going to get knocked to the outside, surely you've already checked what's on the outside. In wrestling, you could have anything lying around. There could be a cameraman back there. There could be anything around. So surely one of the first things you do is look to see what's behind you. And he would have seen that trolley, but I don't know, man. It's a hell of a spot to take that. It's a hell of a spot to take. Going over and landing on that trolley. I mean, obviously, we've seen bigger spots. But there was the thing with the trolley is that there was lots of different levels. I mean, you had some kendo sticks that were taller than the trash can that was inside the trolley. And so you've got all these... So when you're falling, there's all these, like, different... It's not like a nice flat table, you know? Jay is just getting a load of chairs, chucking them in the match, in the ring. Do you remember that big statue of King Kong that was in the bull ring? That was just a bit before my time, but I've seen a documentary about it. I think it was Stuart Lee actually did a documentary about it. I believe that it's actually in someone's garden now. They also did a mini version for the Commonwealth Games of it. So I'm aware of it, but I don't think I ever saw it with my own eyes. Bron Breakker on the outsides. Tables used to be higher than current tables. They look a bit low now, said Mash. Right now we've got Bron on the outside trying to find a way of climbing up, getting in the ring. He gets in. Now we know why Daze is on vacation. Naomi's pregnant with baby Daze. I cannot confirm that, but I won't deny it either. Okay, loads of chairs in the ring. We've got Jay down on his knees. Bron with this trash can. Boom! Chucks the trash can at Jay. Jay goes down. And Bron Breakker right now with all these weapons. He's putting a chair over the neck of Jay. Bron Breakker is in control at the moment. He's going to look to drive that chair in the midsection. And again, he's just smashing Jay with the chair. Braun looking out at the crowds. If the... What a day. I'm happy for Naomi, said Nathan. Right now, we've got Braun in control, going over to Jay. Jay is down. Now we've got the trash can lids. And smashes it over the back of Jay. Looks like there is a bit of colour, actually. I think Jay has got a little bit of blood coming from the nose. Braun Breaker. Grabbing chair. I mean, really, outside of the Naomi announcement and this match, I don't think there's been loads to take away, but I do think there's quite a few talking points again. But they're not big talking points. It's things like Asuka, you know, things like that. Things like Nikki being on the show. It's another show where I've not felt bored, but I just think the matches really desperately need to be better. I think the match quality so hurts this show. You've still got the advantage, says Heyman. Shots coming in. Wrestling said this might be the thing that finally gets Big Jim over with the fans. Well, I'd imagine there's quite a few people that are going to blame Big Jim as well. Charging over. Ah, big boot there by Braun Breaker. So right now we've got Braun Breaker in control. Don't think Big Jim ain't getting paternity leave, so it gives them time to reinvent themselves, says Benz. He'll get some time off, won't he? Of course. I mean, we're a bit off that though, because I think it's quite early in the pregnancy. She's not showing at the moment. Ah, Jay going onto the top of those chairs. Ah, moody, mate. Moody. So Jayla on the very top of the... Ah, that is moody. Yeah, he is... On the outside. It doesn't feel like this has massively grabbed the fans at the moment. We're not getting like loads of chants and whatever. Don't forget, NXT tomorrow is not at the Performance Center. It's in Philadelphia. It is a stacked card for NXT tomorrow. It's a special episode. Ah, Braun Breaker with the trash can, driving it into Jay. Jay goes over the commentary table and is down as we go to commercial break. Wrestle with Andy said Big Jim is going to revive the Big Daddy gimmick from the world of sport. Let's go. ECW Arena 2300. Yep, that's just around the corner, apparently. Right now, we've got Jay down. We've got Braun down. Braun getting back up to his feet. Nico said at least they've given this match some time. We've had like 3 sets of commercials. Crowd are chanting, this is awesome. This is turning into a slobber knocker, said Zoso. Well, I think it's certainly the best thing we've seen on the show so far. Crowd are chanting for the OTC. We could be seeing the OTC in all fairness. Right now, we've got Jay on the shoulders of Braun. Braun's carrying him rounds. He's got Jay on his shoulders, but Jay is battling back. We're still at commercial break. Oh, it's Braun that goes through the top of the commentary table. Oof. Brutal, mate. Brutal. So Jay is down, feeling the effects. Braun is down, feeling the effects. I think if I get another commercial break, I can't give this match more than good, says Phoenix. I could understand that. I could understand people feeling a bit frustrated by the amount of breaks. I don't think you'll have another break after this, though. I think we've probably only got about 8 minutes or so left in the show. Here's Jay trying to get up. We got loads of chairs. There's a lead pipe. There's trash cans and all sorts in the ring. William said, Daze, I got your package. I got that case of baby oil that you got off the dark web. It's where I do most of my shopping, to be honest. It's very good for baby oil. I believe it's made from real babies. Real Russ, I'm sorry, but Raw has been sucking ass. SmackDown too. I've started watching Dynamite, and it's the same thing there. They're all sucking right now. NXT is the best wrestling show right now. James said main event should be commercial free. Yes, they should. You're right. That's a great shout. They won't do it, but that should be commercial free. Do you remember when we all thought that Raw was going to be commercial free because it was going to Netflix? Lol. Shoulder up there by Jay. Corey said, I was about to say that exact thing about baby oil. Corey, great minds. Great minds. Right, crowd, a little bit quiet, a little bit subdued. Come on, let's go. Let's pick up the pace. Jay, with a bit of blood on his nose, just saying a few words there to Brom. Oh, I think he's told him, bring the straps down. I think that's what he said. Because the straps are down. Right now, going against the ropes, picking up some speed. Bron breaker. Oh, but it's Jay that spears Bron. 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. Jay on his feet. With the chair. Main event Jay with a chair. Boom! Pushes Bron down. Another chair shot. Boom! Pushes him down again. Grabs a different chair. Boom! Yeah! Come on. Jay in the corner. Charging over. Spear! Bron breaker goes down. Jay going up top. The Rhea Ripley cosplayer's excited. Is Jay. Yeah, connects. Connects. 1, 2. Oh, pulled out the ring by Bronson. He almost stole the ref shoes. Ah, mate, there's no DQ in this. Cameraman has got the camera pointing up the entranceway. Ah. Here's LA Knight. LA Knight coming down as Bronson's got involved. LA Knight, yeah. So Bronson and LA Knight are brawling away here. Going over, big clothesline to the outside. Out the ring comes LA Knight, gets smashed into that commentary table. Over into the ring steps goes Bronson. Oh, here's Seth. Seth getting involved. Seth going after LA Knight. Well, it doesn't make sense to bring Roman out, really, because Roman is not in that fatal four-way. CM Punk is. Jay's out there. LA Knight's out. Surely Punk comes down. Pedigree. Yeah, it's got to be Punk surely next. Maybe Roman comes down and goes after Bronson to get his shoes back. Mate, imagine if Roman's on... yeah, here's Punk. Imagine if Roman's on Raw next week in Birmingham. In Birmingham. Here's CM Punk. Seth's got a chain. Oh, he couldn't use it, though. Couldn't use it. The fans are singing CM Punk's song. They're singing Cult of Personality. Wrestling has just turned into a flipping sing-song, innit? That's all it is now. It's just a flipping sing-song. I don't think people that go to wrestling care about wrestling. I think they're just karaoke fans. LA Knight goes through the Slim Jim table. Yeah, Punk don't care. Michael Cole's like, that's obviously an accident. You cut to Punk and Punk's like, not bothered. Right now, Seth goes into the timekeeper's area. I mean, this match is still going because there's no DQ. Now we got Punk and we got Seth fighting on the outsides. Now we got Bron Breakker grabbing a table. Another table being brought in. Jay getting in the ring as well. This thing continuing. OTC chants are breaking out right now. OTC. OTC. So this match continuing. Bron Breakker over by a table. Jay going to the outsides. Oh my God, Bronson Reed still getting involved. Well, we know that Seth and CM Punk are brawling. It means that Bron and Bronson are double teaming on Jay, and that's prompted Roman Reigns chants. There we go. The music hits. The OTC. So Roman's music hits just as Bron was about to put Jay away. He's looking, he doesn't know what to do. He's looking very confused. Bron Breakker. Ah, there he was! There was Roman! Came through the crowds! Oh, duck underneath! Boom! Superman! Give me back my shoes! He should take his shoes! 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 He should totally steal Bronson Reed's shoes. Why is he not doing it? I would do it. Right now we got Jay going up. Jay gonna look to put Bron Breakker away. Through the table, mate. Through the table. Jay wins. Heyman on the outside needs to get out of there. Oh, look at that. Roman was actually coming round. Oh my God, he should steal Bron Breakker's shoes. And Bronson's shoes. And Heyman's shoes. There we go. Look, Roman has come down to help Jay. Yeet. There we go. I don't think anyone's getting their shoes stolen, unfortunately. I don't fight for shoes. I fight for championships. Oh, see you in Paris. See you in Paris. I'm going to take them. I'll take them in Paris. Bronson was looking... I tell you what, Roman against Bronson, I am here for that. I am here. I am seated. I am seated. I'm seated. The Ozzilla is ready. There we go. Right, let's get a quick poll in, shall we? What did you think about this week's main events? Obviously, you can leave your overall show scores on X. I'll get that post up very, very soon. LA is going to be mad about the table, but shiz happens, said Phoenix. That is true. He did get accidentally put through a table, but yeah, I don't think CM Punk cared. Yeah, really interesting ending. I mean, I think the Naomi thing and that thing has raised this above a normal episodes, but only just because the vast majority of this was not that great. The baby needs a new pair of shoes, said John. Eric said it's really sad Paul went from holding titles to holding shoes. WWE probably shivering in their boots waiting for those We Want Cross chants to start. Yeah, well, I didn't hear any tonight, but I didn't hear any on Friday. I mean, someone somewhere might have a video of the crowd chanting at some point, but certainly not anything I picked up on again. It's not a good show, but the Jay Bron match and the Naomi promo were the best bits, I agree. I agree. I'd give it like a 6.9, said Han. There was nothing to really get your teeth into. Yeah, I think the Naomi thing obviously was, and main event had some real fun moments. But yeah, I agree. I think it was pretty poor until we got to that final hour. Saw We Want Cross signs, but I didn't hear any chants, said James. Bron climbing the table like Bubba Ray made that match a 3, said Alan. Right, I said we'd be quick, and I'm a man of my words. Yeah, I'm always quick. So, 53, 28, 14, and... Okay, well, at least that got a great rating. We did get a great rating, so great 67. So there we go. That was today's Raw. Really appreciate people joining us. I know it was a bit slow. I know there wasn't loads for us to get excited by, but at least there was something in there. So, you know, not a complete disaster. But, yeah, really that last hour with the announcement and the main event really saved the show. But we know what the best show is, and it is NXT. That is consistently the most enjoyable of the brands. That's going to be in Philadelphia tomorrow. So if you are around tomorrow and you don't normally watch NXT, I would say give it a chance tomorrow. Should be a good show. And they are setting up for a show this weekend, Heat Wave. So there's quite a lot of interesting stuff happening with NXT at the moment. So, and of course, we're back on Friday, and it is the start of the European tour. So Friday is going to be in Ireland. So I think that means 2 streams on Friday. I think we'll do the live stream and then we'll do the stream later as well. So plenty on the way. Oh, look at that by King Yeti. King Yeti with 20 Wrestling Daze memberships. Hey, what happens if I end the stream now? What happens about that? Don't know. Let's find out. Bye for now.